I'll go ahead and call this regular Board of County Commissioners meeting to order on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. And the chair would move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the chair would move to approve the consent agenda with items A through K.
Second.
A motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So that takes us down to public comment. I'm assuming most of you are here for the public hearing, but if you do have any public comment that's outside of this hearing and you would like to do that, you can approach the podium, state your name, and Erin Miller is our timekeeper today. You'll have 3 minutes for public comment. If anyone has any public comment, not for the public hearing. That's what I was assuming. I don't have any general discussion today. Do either of you?
Good.
Okay, so we'll move on. We have a public hearing at 8:45, so we'll see if we can get through some of the other items on our agenda prior to that. So first one is joint appointment to the Airport Advisory Board. So we have that joint position with the city and county or the airport board, and I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to appoint Iowa Jones to the airport board.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And then thank them for their time. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. And we have Development Services, Resolution 2025-19, intergovernmental agreement with the City of Craig regarding building contractor registration. Oh, back up. Second item there is appointing vice chair.
Chair, I would make a motion that we would appoint Commissioner Donald Broom as Vice Chair of the Board of County Commissioners.
Listen,
I'll second.
no, listen. Listen to this. This was all pumped up with this advisory for this airport
Mhm.
deal. To me, it looked like it was part of that.
Well, I'm glad that
Unfortunately, there is a motion and a second on the
Donald
table.
didn't. So I do have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yep.
I will not repeat what happened when I had the chair. We do have a vote. All right, motion still carries. Now I would move to Development Services Resolution 2025-19, intergovernmental agreement with the City of Craig regarding building contractor registration. Candace Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I'm presenting this resolution number 2025-19 on behalf of the Development Services Office. The resolution authorizing the City of Craig's Board of Adjustments to review and determine building contractor registration in Moffett County and requiring good standing with the City of Craig as a condition of registration. Had a conversation with Marlon Eckhoff, and there was a meeting between city and county in regard to the process in which we handle contractors within the county. And so this resolution allows for those contractors to go in front of their Board of Appeals should there be any issues. Would you like me to read the entirety of the resolution?
Sure.
Okay. Whereas the Moffett County Board of Commissioners, the board recognizes the importance of ensuring that all building contractors operating within Moffett County meet established standards of competency, integrity, and compliance with applicable building regulations, and whereas the City of Craig maintains a Board of Adjustments with the expertise and procedural framework necessary to assess and determine the qualifications and compliance of building contractors operating within its jurisdiction. And whereas Moffett County and the City of Craig entered into an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, on September 5th, 2017, establishing the Craig Moffett Regional Building Department for the purpose of providing building department services, including contractor registration and enforcement of building construction codes. And whereas the board finds that leveraging the City of Craig's Board of Adjustments to review and determine building contractor registrations for Moffett County is consistent with the existing IGA and will enhance efficiency, consistency, and oversight in contractor qualification assessments. And whereas the board deems it necessary to require that all contractors seeking registration to operate in Moffett County must be in good standing with the City of Craig as a condition of eligibility. Therefore, be it resolved by the Moffett County Board of County Commissioners, a delegation of contractor registration review and authority. The City of Craig's Board of Adjustments is hereby authorized to review, evaluate, determine the eligibility of building contractors seeking registration to operate within Moffett County. The Board of Adjustment shall apply applicable standards and regulations in assessing contractors' qualifications and compliance in alignment with the provisions of the Craig Moffett Regional Building Department as established in the 2017 IGA. Number 2, requirements for good standing with the City of Craig. All contractors applying for registration to operate in Moffett County must demonstrate that they are in good standing with the City of Craig. Good standing shall be identified as compliance with all applicable licensing, permitting, and regulatory requirements determined by the City of Craig's governing bodies. Number 3, implementation and enforcement. The Moffett County Building Department shall work to coordinate with the City of Craig's Board of Adjustment to facilitate the review and registration process. Contractors failing to maintain good standing with the City of Craig may be subject to suspension or revocation of the registration in Moffett County. Effective date, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon this adoption.
I just give some history on this is that the county doesn't have a boards of appeal or a boards of adjustment, right? And so, right now there could be a contractor that does shady work in Craig and we have no way to stop them doing shady work in the county. And so we wanted to make sure that if they were in good standings with the city, they'd be good standings with the county because the city already has a boards of appeal and we share that board member or that building inspector. And then likewise, if they are doing shady work and they get their license pulled, we don't want them building in the county either, right? If they're not, good enough to build in the city. So that was the whole reasoning behind this, is just trying to make sure that what's good for the city is good for the county. What's good for the county is good for the city. We're under the same head.
And making it consistent because we share a building inspector.
Right.
Who works in city and county.
Could the commissioners please turn their mics on?
They're on. We'll get them closer. How's that? Okay. Any other questions on that resolution?
Nope.
Okay. We'll entertain a motion.
Chair, make a motion to approve the Moffett County Board of County of Commissioners Resolution 2025-119.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We probably do have time for Road and Bridge bid recommendation for sander replacement and chip seal. Morning.
Good morning. We need new sanders for our big trucks that we plow with. We've got 2 bids. We need 4 of them. Holman out of Commerce City bid 115,440 for the total. O.J. Watson out of Denver bid 103,920. We recommend we take the O.J. Watson bid.
Any questions?
What were you budgeted for this?
You remember? I think 140. We were well under
We're
budget.
well under budget, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Chair, I would make a motion that we would approve O.J. Watson Equipment of Denver, Monroe brand, in the amount of $103,920 for 4 Sanders.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
And the second one is for the chip seal project. This year, we're gonna chip seal County Road 29, which is Elkhead Road. And, as in years past, we're requesting to waive the bid process so we can purchase oil from the same supplier that the city of Craig is using. This allows us to schedule purchases and deliveries that will coincide with what the city of Craig is planning. The city purchases oil from Suncor Energy, who has the closest available distribution terminal. They quoted us a price of $670 per ton this year, which is $16 a ton less than last year. Suncor allows both the city and county road department to piggyback on CDOT contracts, allowing us to purchase at high volume prices. So these are CDOT prices that we're getting from them, and we've always found that to be the best route to go. We need 3 loads. We'd spend a total 48,240 on oil.
48,240.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Clarification, we're just, are you wanting to waive the bid process and then we have to make another motion to approve this, right? So it needs to be 2 items on the agenda, I think. So, here, I'll make a motion that we waive the bid process for the oil used in chip sealing for County Road 29.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'll make another motion to approve the purchase of the oil from Suncor at the price quoted or price presented at $670 per ton this year.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I appreciate them giving us that opportunity. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
And that brings us right to our time for our posted hearing. So let the record show that today's posted public hearing regarding Resolution 2025-14 amendments to the Moffett County zoning regulations and the AES zone change R2501 and conditional use application C2501. These agenda items were distributed to adjacent property owners and posted on the county website. Once the public hearing has been declared, I will ask Candace Miller, Planning and Zoning Coordinator, to present to the BOCC the request as submitted. Once the presentation is complete, the commissioners may ask questions or make comments. I will then ask the audience if there is anyone who wants to testify either for or against Any citizen of Moffett County may testify once the public hearing has been declared and all information has been presented. For those who want to testify, you'll be asked to approach the commissioners, state your name for the record, and will be given 3 minutes to present your testimony either for or against. There will only be one opportunity for each person to testify. Erin will be our timekeeper today, and she will notify the BOCC and the speaker that 20 seconds remain before your time is up. I will say, if you've heard the same thing and you agree with that and you feel that you also want to voice your opinion, you can come up and give your name and just, you don't have to reiterate all of it. You can just say that you also are in favor or against the said comments. No decisions will be made during the public hearing. This is an opportunity for you to provide testimony in favor or in opposition of the proposed request. Commissioners have the option of asking questions or answering questions related to the topic during the public hearing process. And once all testimony has been heard, the public hearing will be declared closed and we will go back to regular session. I will then refer back to the board for discussion and a decision on said proposal. With that, I will declare this hearing open, and Candace Miller, you're ready.
Good morning again. So first thing I have for you is Resolution 2025-14, amending Moffett County Planning and Zoning Regulations. The initial recommended amendments were first read to the commissioners on January 14th, 2025. In the reading of those proposed amendments, we had a requested change to one of the sections. That requested change was read to the commissioners on February 11th. I also did want to add that notification of this resolution was published on the 12th and 19th of February. So the resolution, the recommended amendments that were read in, a lot of the things that were sections carry on into each zone of the county. So while it was a lengthy read, a lot of these changes are just kind of a duplicate in numerous zones, so it sounded like a lot. The proposed changes that were read in were only to, it was to one section, which was approved on February 11th. And so today I'm asking for your approval and signing this resolution 2025-14 to adopt those recommended amendments to the zoning regulations.
And so I didn't catch this until last, we had mentioned to a couple of the, people that were here at the last meeting that we would try to hold off on this one until March so that they could try to wrap their minds around it. And so, so anyway, just for clarification, we did say that, right? And it was off the record, but just saying that it wouldn't hurt for 2 more weeks for this one to go so that they would be able to, they asked for that and I didn't catch it till yesterday, but it was too late to pull it off anyway, so I had to just.
Yeah, and I apologize. I wasn't aware, or I would have waited.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's fine. I'm more than happy to bring it back to you.
March 11th.
Mhm.
Yeah, just that one. We'll go into the next one.
Okay.
We can't make that decision now. We're
Yeah.
in public hearing, but when we come out, I'll make a motion to table it till March 11th and totally my fault.
Okay.
I mean, totally my fault.
That would be a public hearing again on that
I
one.
don't think so. I think we can vote on it on that one.
Okay.
You know, we can vote yay or nay on that one. We're already in public hearing. If they want to go for, speak for it or against, it's probably fine.
Perfect.
But we won't make a decision until March 11th.
Okay.
And that was totally my fault.
All right.
I caught it yesterday, but it was already too late.
Right.
So then I was like, well,
Okay.
That was what I was going to ask for clarification. Would you like to hear public comment on this?
I would, so we don't
Okay.
have to do public comment again. Yeah.
Thanks, Candace. So now anyone in the audience who would like to testify for or against the amendments to the Moffat County zoning regulations, which is what was just presented, now is your opportunity to speak to that item. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Colette Erickson. As you probably know, I oppose a particular portion of these proposed amendments regarding the definition of temporary and temporary uses and man camps. And I know you don't care what I have to say. That's been made abundantly clear to me in my email interactions with Tony. 7 or 8 emails, Mr. Correct me on the pronunciation of your name.
Tony's fine.
Tony.
Yeah.
You know how in grade school, in any math class, they ask you to show your work, how you arrived at your answer. I have asked you numerous times to tell me what the problem is. All I get back from you is a response, there's a problem. There's a problem with the definition of temporary. There's a problem with these things that we're changing. To which I respond, what is the problem? All I would like is a clarification. I would like you to show your work. What is the problem? I don't want just the conclusion that there is a problem. I would like to know what the problem is. I'm very disappointed, and I've been very disappointed in the time that it takes you to get back to me. I'm a constituent of the Moffat County Commissioners. I looked up this morning, I Googled your salary, $101,000 and some odd dollars, and yet I cannot get a timely response. So there's that. What's the problem? Why are you unwilling or unable to answer that question? It's an easy question. Moving on to the second item. This, I'm pretty sure you should have all seen. It's the petition that was signed by 46 of the neighbors in opposition to the MASA B&B application that was subsequently withdrawn. However, it has come to my attention, and this is a comment on the ease or not ease of dealing with the planning and zoning staff. It has come to my attention that someone who was involved with this petition, was circulating this petition, was told in response to, what is this, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th paragraph, which talks about additionally the commissioners should consider the language of the resolution section 4.405.3 and on, that was made up, that this person in the planning and zoning office had no idea where that language came from. I drafted this petition. It's not a lie. I went on to your website, which is not user-friendly, by the way. There's no way to see that entire zoning resolution all in one place without jumping around from place to place to place to place. In September, I went onto your website and I printed that document off of your website, and I cited this language verbatim. It wasn't made up. And I do not appreciate, nor do the 46 people who signed this petition appreciate being accused of being liars. And I would be happy to show you the texts I got about this. I did not have this interaction personally. Someone else did. I would be happy to meet with you personally to discuss this. But as a member of the public, as a constituent of the Moffat County Commissioners, I would like you to remind your staff that they are paid out of tax dollars. They are paid by my tax dollars, and I do not, nor does anyone else in this room or anyone who signed this petition, need to be accused of being a liar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify for or against the amendments to the Moffat County zoning regulations, resolution 2514?
Yeah, well, this is our third public hearing on the same thing. So, yeah.
That's what Candace just presented on.
Yeah.
We can visit with you afterwards. Candace,
Yeah.
that's what she just presented on and we can share that information. We won't be making a decision. Well, I assume we won't be making a decision when we come out of public hearing on that one today. We have time.
Oh,
No, this is
the
the
next one is,
next,
the next.
next item is.
Right here, Mike, take this and you can read it through. No, this is totally different. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else want to testify for or against Resolution 2025-14 amendments to Moffett County zoning regulations? Okay, I will go ahead and refer to my fellow commissioners for any questions or feedback prior to coming out of the.
Well, the only thing is, see, like I said, we had mentioned wait until March.
Okay, yeah,
Bring
I-
this up again.
That was my fault. Yeah,
Yep.
that was my fault.
That's right. We caught it.
Fair for
So
that.
we'll hold up our end. All right, so I will go ahead and declare the public hearing for Resolution 2025-14 closed and refer to my fellow commissioners.
Chair, I'd make a motion to table this resolution 2025-14 to the next county commissioner meeting, which will be held March 11th. Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Unless there's any further discussion, I would call for the, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we will, table that until March 11th. Now we'll do the public hearing for the solar. So I'm going to go ahead and read this back in that we will be going back into public hearing for the AES zone change and conditional use applications. Once the public hearing has been declared, I will again ask Candace Miller from the Planning and Zoning to present to the BOCC the request as submitted. Once the presentation is complete, the commissioners may ask questions or make comments. I will then ask the audience if there's anyone who wants to testify either for or against. Any citizen of Moffett County may testify once the public hearing has been declared and all information has been presented. For those who want to testify, you'll be asked to approach the commissioners, state your name for the record. I will say we will need you to speak into the microphones to catch that on the recording. And you will be given 3 minutes to present your testimony either for or against. Erin Miller will be the timekeeper today, and she will notify the BOCC and the speaker that 20 seconds remain before your time is up. No decisions will be made during the public hearing. This is an opportunity for you to provide testimony in favor or in opposition of the proposed request. The commissioners have the option of asking questions or answering questions related to the topic during the hearing process. And once all testimony has been heard, the public hearing will be closed and we will go back to regular session, and I will then refer back to the board for discussion and decision on said proposal. With that, I will declare this public hearing open and we will go to Candace Miller.
So I'm going to give you just a brief introduction of the applications that I'll be presenting to you today. AES Yampa Valley Solar LLC is here to give you a presentation, as well as to address within that presentation some of the questions that came up at the Planning and Zoning meeting. So the Moffett County Planning Office has been in conversations with AES since, I believe, the end of 2022, very, very early in just reaching out to the county to do their due diligence. An application was not submitted and to the board until January 15th. That application was then reviewed by the Planning Commission on February 4th. Yampa Valley Solar has completed our application. I will state that the application for zone change and the application for conditional use, specific to the application for conditional use, prior to 2024, we used a very simple, essentially a single page blanket a conditional use application for all types of projects, anything considered a conditional use in Moffett County. Upon working with the Conservation District and Land Use Board and some extensive review with the Planning Board, we identified the need for a more extensive application for these types of projects. And so now we have an 11-page application. We worked through that application with feedback from our local agencies to come up with our list of conditions that you will hear. And so that was just a little information I wanted to share with you on this application and application process and the areas that the planning board has worked in to improve this process overall into the future for these types of projects. So on that note, I'd like to introduce AES and have them come up and give their presentation to you. Upon conclusion of their presentation, I will read to you each of the applications, if that's acceptable. Yeah.
Thank you, Candace. Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Connected properly, maybe below.
I don't know if she's
I think
connected,
it's
so.
there.
if
Yeah,
she's
you have to
just-
disconnect.
Thank you. Right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Graham Basica. I'm a development manager with AES and the lead project developer for the Yampa Valley Solar and Storage Project. We are here this morning in front of the Board of County Commissioners for the rezone and solar energy facility conditional use permit application. I wanted to first off say thank you so very much for your time this morning, and I hope everyone has enjoyed 2025 thus far. Personally, I'm very excited to see what this year has in store for us in Moffett County and to see how our relationship can continue to build and grow. To kick things off, I did want to provide a brief overview of what we'll be going over this morning. We will introduce the project team, describe who AES is, move into project specifics, cover community outreach, and end with project benefits. And if you could please hold any and all questions until the end, that would be very much appreciated. I wanted to take a minute to recognize the key members involved with the project, starting with Moffett County. We have been working closely with the county to get to where we are today, and we will continue to coordinate with Moffett County throughout the entire permitting process. The AES team supporting the development of this project are here with us today in person. These individuals are subject matter experts in a variety of fields that support the project throughout its development phase and are absolutely crucial to the success of the project. And last but surely not least, I did want to recognize the landowners that we are working with. Without them, we would not be here today. So who is AES? AES is a US-based company with a presence in 48 of the US states. We are an independent power producer, and what that means is not only do we develop, but we are the long-term owner and operator of our projects, and we will be here in Moffat County for the life of the project. We are a highly experienced and well-funded company with years of experience across our diversified energy assets like wind, solar, thermal, hydrogen, and liquefied natural gas. And our business model responds to the evolving energy market demand while absolutely ensuring our communities benefit from our projects. AES Clean Energy, who my colleagues and myself are a part of, is a Colorado-based team and is the renewable arm to AES. Today, our portfolio includes 50 gigawatts of operating projects nationwide, and with 50 gigawatts in development. In short, we are a very experienced developer, builder, and owner of solar projects, and is a reliable and dependable partner in the communities in which we build. So where is the Yampa Valley project located here in Moffat County? It is approximately 4 miles southwest of the town of Craig, along County Road 30 and south of Highway 40. The total leased area is approximately 3,800 privately owned acres, while the current fenced project footprint totals approximately 1,400 acres. Based on our preliminary site plan, approximately 2,000 acres will not be developed due to resources identified on site, which will be discussed in later slides. The entirety of the project area is zoned agriculture, and up to 2,200 acres would be rezoned to heavy industrial as part of this permit request. This location was specifically chosen to optimize the chances for a successful project in this area. We identified it initially because of Tri-State's plans to retire coal operations at the Craig Generating Station. Our mission is to target these areas to help communities offset lost economic benefits associated with the retirement of coal plants. The site was also chosen for its solar energy potential, the surface topography, which creates a natural viewshed buffer, its proximity to Tri-State's infrastructure, and interested property owners. And at this time, I'm going to give the mic to Libby Fortin, our permit lead, to run through some slides specific to project due diligence, design, and agency outreach.
Thank you, Graham, and good morning, commissioners. My name is Libby Fortin, and I am a permitting project manager at AES. I manage the environmental due diligence and permit preparation for Yampa Valley Solar. Due diligence begins once our project site is selected using the criteria that Graham discussed. AES then performs several due diligence studies to characterize environmental resources on site, including those listed here. Several of these studies, such as the wetland and water body delineation and biological resources survey, involved on-site fieldwork. So based on the due diligence studies and 2 years of coordination with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, AES determined we could move forward with a low-impact site design. As Graham previously mentioned, a large part of AES's total leased area will be left undeveloped. Less than half of the leased area is currently proposed for development in order to avoid impacts to several important resources, including greater sage-grouse habitat. AES also focused heavily on minimizing impacts to big game with emphasis on elk, knowing this community is deeply rooted in hunting. We reviewed radio telemetry data of big game movement from Colorado Parks and Wildlife and incorporated this data into our project design. Now, I'd like to briefly walk you through the project site plan and some of the avoidance and minimization measures we've incorporated. As I mentioned, AES has avoided all greater sage-grouse habitat, denoted by the blue hashed areas on the screen. AES also avoids and provides buffers around water resources and neighboring residences. The most unique aspect of this project design is the use of what we call solar array pods, outlined in yellow on the site plan. Rather than one contiguous perimeter fence around the entire site, fencing will be broken up throughout to allow for wildlife movement. Some of these fencing breaks have been designed to be more than 250 feet wide, specifically for big game use, as recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The project also uses CPW-approved wildlife-friendly fencing along the perimeter in order to prevent entanglement of big game while allowing passage of small mammals. Once the project site design was completed, I led the preparation of the rezone and solar energy facility conditional use permit, or CUP. Here is an outline of the application requirements, which included several management plans to guide future construction and operations on site. Additionally, per Colorado revised statutes, AES submitted mineral interest notifications to allow owners and lessees within our project footprint to allow them to come to this hearing. We have heard back from several mineral owners and will continue to coordinate with each owner and lessee that responds. AES is legally required by the state to ensure that mineral rights are protected and accommodated. As part of our solar energy CUP process, the planning department provided our application materials to state and local agencies for review. AES then contacted and consulted with these agencies listed, attending several meetings to allow agencies to present their concerns about the project. In each of these meetings, AES and the agencies determined solutions to concerns, which are documented in the agency consultation and coordination memo provided to you in the application materials. Coordination with these agencies will continue throughout the life of the project. AES also heard and responded to feedback from the Planning and Zoning Commission. During that meeting, the county requested that AES provide visual simulations of what the project would look like from several nearby viewpoints. Based on coordination with the county, 3 viewpoints of major concern were identified. East of the project, viewpoint 1 captures nearby residences at the highest elevation point along County Road 30. Northeast of the project, viewpoint 2 captures residences at the end of Glab Lane. And northwest of the project, viewpoint 3 captures residences in the Sand Springs subdivision. So let's first look at the simulations of viewpoint 1, County Road 30. Here's a simulated view of the project from the air. The blue arrow, which is a bit hard to see, but is in the lower right corner, indicates where we will model the viewpoint. Although a bit hard to see, our visual contractor inserted 2 green cylinders for frame of reference, which I'll show you on the next slide. Cylinder 1 in the foreground is 6 feet tall, and cylinder 2 next to the solar panels is 38 feet tall. So although this looks a bit blurry, this is the simulated view of the project from the blue arrow on County Road 30. As you can see, our reference cylinders are shown in the top left of the screen. Cylinder 2, which is 38 feet tall, barely shows above the ridgeline. This means that our solar panels, which are up to 10 feet at maximum height, will not be visible above the ridgeline. Ultimately, this will be the final view of the project site from the highest point on County Road 30. As you can see, no project infrastructure is visible. Next, we take a look at Glab Lane, viewpoint 2. Again, here's the simulated view of the project from the air with 2 green reference cylinders. Cylinder 1 is 6 feet tall. Cylinder 2 is 150 feet tall. Here's the simulated view of the project from Glab Lane. Our reference cylinders are shown in the center of the screen, although a bit small. Cylinder 2, which is 150 feet tall, barely shows above the ridgeline. Thus, our 10-foot tall solar panels will not be visible above this ridgeline. This will be the final view of the project site from Glab Lane, which shows no project infrastructure. Finally, we take a look at viewpoint 3 from the Sand Springs subdivision. Again, here is a simulated view of the project from the air, this time with 3 cylinders for reference. Cylinder 1 is 6 feet tall, cylinder 2 in the middle is 660 feet tall, and cylinder 3 is 38 feet tall. Here's the simulated view of the project from Sand Springs. Cylinder 2, which is 660 feet tall, barely shows above the ridgeline. Cylinder 3 at 38 feet tall also barely shows Thus, our 10-foot tall solar panels will not be visible above the ridgeline. This will be the final view of the project site from Sand Springs subdivision, which shows no project infrastructure. So to wrap up the permitting portion of this presentation, I wanted to end with an overview of this permitting process from AES's point of view and coordination with the county. AES submitted the rezone and solar energy facility CUP using our preliminary site plan. As a result of today's meeting, we hope to receive a preliminary approval from you all with conditions placed onto this permit. Once AES prepares a detailed site plan for construction permitting, the studies listed here will be prepared to satisfy the permit conditions. These include detailed traffic impact studies, traffic management plan, road use analysis, road use plan, site access alternatives analysis, among several others. Once all conditions are satisfied, AES would then seek a final approval for the project to move ahead with construction. Final approval is expected to happen within approximately 18 months to 24 months from today. I will now hand it back to Graham to complete the presentation.
Great, thank you, Libby. And Libby will be here for the open Q&A later on. So based off the design diligence that Libby had ran through, the proposed solar photovoltaic, or PV for short, facility will have a total output of 199 megawatts, and the coupled battery energy storage system, or BESS for short, will have a capacity of 100 megawatts for 4 hours, or 400 megawatt hours, which is equivalent of powering approximately 60,000 homes. The proposed point of interconnection is along the 345 kilovolt tri-state Craig to Meeker transmission line running through our project footprint, and the project's total capacity is currently being studied by the utility to verify its connection to the grid. This project is of temporary use, and we can expect a project life of at least 30 years, all dependent on commercial offtake structure. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the key components that make up solar energy and battery storage projects. Solar PV projects contain components such as solar panels that convert the sun into electricity, a tracking and racking system that allows the panels to follow the sun during daylight hours, inverters that collect the energy from the panels and convert it to alternating current, and the transformer that will deliver the energy to the substation. We also anticipate the need for an operations and maintenance building that would support ongoing operations and maintenance of the facility. A major component of this project will be the associated battery energy storage system. The storage component of the project consists of batteries fully contained in insulated and fire-protected metal containers about the size of a shipping container. The purpose of these batteries is to collect energy during the day and store it, so it can be released onto the grid at peak times or during evening hours. It ultimately provides reliability for the consistent delivery of solar power. At AES, safety first is our #1 core value. And I did want to mention that all of our projects are up to safety and code requirements. The entire project will be remotely monitored 24/7 and will have on-site employees for operations and maintenance. The BESS containers will have sensors, alarms, and detectors that will automatically shut down in a response to any issue and will all be climate controlled. As Libby has stated, we've already met with the local emergency response team, but we will continue to coordinate with them prior to construction for training and to finalize our emergency services plan. The solar panels AES uses all pass toxic characteristic leaching procedure and are classified as non-hazardous and are not regulated as toxic materials. What that means is our solar panels are made of materials that are inert and will not leach anything into the soils. In addition, we research the climate conditions in each community in which we build and design each project to withstand the wind and weather conditions that are found there. Our panels are remotely controlled and can be stowed vertically or horizontally depending on the need. Project construction is anticipated to begin in 2027 and is expected to take 24 months. It is generally broken into 3 phases, which starts with site preparation. where clearing and grubbing is completed and staging and access roads are built. The project will accommodate existing terrain to the extent possible, and the final project area will be surveyed and flagged, and fencing will be brought in. During phase 2, the final earthwork, grading, and erosion control are built, and the PV system is installed. Piles are driven for the tracker system, panels are installed, and electrical cable is run. Water will be utilized for dust mitigation throughout the construction, and speeds will be restricted within the project site. Following installation, the project area will be reseeded with an agreed-upon seed mix, and the ground will be stabilized. The final phase is system testing and commercialization, where basically the power is turned on. As part of the Statement of Transportation Construction Impacts, AES has identified the project haul route and associated access points. We propose to use Highway 40 and County Road 30 for the haul route to the project site, with 2 access points along County Road 30, which are identified with the E symbols in the displayed image. Project operations for the life of the project include remote 24/7, 365 monitoring. This won't negate the need for on-site maintenance, but it provides an added layer of protection to the project and by extension, the surrounding community. Basically, think of the remote monitoring as added eyes, ears, and sensors to identify emergency situations that can immediately notify first responders. The project will be secured with wildlife-friendly fencing and will have electronically controlled security access gates. All electrical equipment will also be enclosed, and security lighting and cameras will be present and monitored. For projects of this size, on-site maintenance facilities are common and usually consist of a building where employees can meet and equipment and vehicles can be stored. While minimal maintenance will be required, the project will be regularly inspected to ensure all components are operating properly and to keep vegetation under the panels at an acceptable level. At the end of the project's life, AES has committed to both the landowners and the county to remove all equipment in accordance with a decommissioning plan and to restore the land to its current condition. All of the equipment removed will be recycled to the extent possible, and AES has a partnership with a company called Solar Cycle to recycle, decommission, and damage panels on a per project basis. At AES, being a part of the community is very important to us. We work hard to become good neighbors, and essentially our goal is to ingrain ourselves in the community, and we will continue doing so over the life of the project. As I mentioned, our business model is to own and operate the projects we develop, and when entering a community, we look to support organizations with a focus on local initiatives, and these are a few of the organizations we've had the pleasure of being introduced to. We joined the Craig Chamber of Commerce back in the summer of 2024, and I've since sponsored one of their chamber mixers back in December of 24. We are very proud members of the chamber. We're in a partnership with the Colorado Cattlemen's Agriculture Land Trust. This partnership will support the conservation of ranch and ag lands throughout Colorado and more specifically here in Moffat County. We're in a partnership with the Colorado Crane Conservation Coalition. This program will support working with local farmers to plant crops for migrating cranes, in which provides a reliable food supply for the cranes and additional income for the farmers. AES has also partnered with Solar Energy International to fund 15 scholarships for PV training and certification for Coloradans. In addition to our partnerships, we've been in communication and engaged with multiple organizations regarding education and the training around workforce development here in Moffat County, and we plan to put on job fairs and training programs prior to construction. In fact, we are working on a partnership with United Way of the Yampa Valley on a new Yampa Valley Skilled Trade Scholarship Program. This program would empower individuals by providing financial assistance for training in high-demand skilled trades. The Yampa Valley project is expected to provide significant economic benefits to Moffat County. There will be construction jobs, an increase in economic activity for places like restaurants, lodging, equipment rentals, and convenience stores. This project will cost roughly $500 million to construct, and it is estimated to generate over $15 million in tax revenue over the life of the project, all without burdening local services. which will make Yampa Valley Solar and Storage a top taxpayer in Moffat County, with nearly 60% of that going to local schools. In conclusion, our application for the Yampa Valley Solar and Storage Project meets or exceeds the rezoning and solar energy facility conditional use permit criteria specified in the Moffat County regulations. Based on the current Moffat County process, we respectfully ask for a preliminary approval from the Board of County Commissioners for the 2,200 acre project area rezone and conditioned solar energy facility CUP to be executed within 4 years of the final approval. The entire AES team really appreciates your time this morning, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys just stay here for a second.
You.
I do, yeah. Do you guys, when you did you partner with the Cattlemans and the Sandhill Cranes and all them, or did they give you a letter of support on this project?
We have partnered with them.
You just partnered with them as bought into their dues and did that, right? They didn't write you a letter of support, or they did?
They did.
They did write a letter of support.
They did
Right.
write a letter of
Yes,
support.
sir.
Cattlemans and all those other entities.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that.
Of course.
I don't have any questions at this time either, so we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment, but
Thank you, guys.
we may have you come back and answer questions if we have some after.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So at this time, I will open this up for public comment. In order to give everyone an opportunity to have a say, we will stick pretty closely to that 3 minutes. You'll get a 20-second reminder from Aaron, and then at 3 minutes, if you're finishing a thought, go ahead and finish that thought, and then we'll give somebody after you an opportunity to speak. So at this time, I will sure. Yes. Thanks. Yeah. Do you have slides? Okay. All right, sorry. We'll go ahead and have Candace rejoin us and actually go through the applications on the slides, and then we'll allow for public comment.
Yeah, I didn't want to have to do two.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah,
Open
sorry.
it up again. So, so as stated previously, applications were received on December 15th. We have an application for zone change, application number R2501. The initial application, proposed zone change was for the 3850 of acquired acres for the project. However, in review of the zone change application with the planning board, it was determined that we would, rather than see the entire 3850 in acreage under lease, changed.
Is that? We'll get that working. Yep. Yep.
So sorry about that. Rather than changing the entire acreage under lease, that only the project site identified by a survey and legal description of said survey would be the area that would be under a zone change. So at preliminary stated 1466, however, understanding that some adjustments may need to be made to the project site to allow for mineral rights, as well as some waterway constraints potentially. We are looking to, on the zone change, to only approve the surveyed legal description of the project site. So it was the board's recommendation to approve with that condition. In addition to the legal description from a surveyed as the final project site, not the entirety of the leased acreage, Yampa Valley LLC, on behalf of the landowner, is to restore the affected areas within the leased parcels back to ag zoning as a part of the decommissioning and reclamation process. And so, as I stated, adjustments may be made to the project to allow flexibility for adjustments for mineral access and stormwater management. We're asking that AES provide evidence of communication and direction from CPW and any changes that may occur to the project site in regard to wildlife corridors or any habitat areas. And then obviously the zone change approval. So our recommended approval is not immediately, is not going to happen immediately following an approval. Upon receipt of the finalized survey showing the actual finalized project site and legal description, a zone change resolution will be presented to the BOCC for approval, and that resolution then will be filed with the county clerk and recorder, at which time the zone change takes effect. And then our conditional use application also received on 1/15 of 25. As shared with you, you have the entire application and all of the associated documents. AES satisfied all of the requirements. Some of those documents that they submitted, there is some additional work that needs to be done, which would fall under the conditions of that conditional use. So each one of our local agencies, I facilitated meetings with AES and each of our local agencies to have some conversations in regard to some of the key subjects that we had, a lot of areas around of concern around that was communicated at our planning and zoning meeting. And so through those meetings, we developed our list of conditions for that conditional use application. And upon review of the planning and zoning board, they made the recommendation to approve the conditional use based on meeting all of the conditions prior to allowing or providing a final approval. So that means through this preliminary that as they work through meeting all of these conditions, no construction will happen until a final approval is submitted. And that would follow an additional final presentation to the Board of County Commissioners to review all of the conditions and confirm that all those conditions have been met and that our local agencies are satisfied.
Maybe just a point of clarification. Just because, if I understand this correctly, just because this is approved today, that we approved to move forward, does not mean that it's approval for them to break ground.
Correct.
It is an approval that they can go find power, because I don't believe they have a power contract yet, right?
Correct.
To sell the power to.
Yep.
It would give them the ability to start that process. It is not giving them the okay to break ground, and that this project is a 100% guaranteed.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep. So it'll allow them to begin the process of meeting the list of conditions. Number one being that interconnection agreement with the power buyer. And then they would proceed through the list of conditions, providing those to the Planning Commission as those things are completed. Any communications with any of the local agencies or work that they do would then also be provided. I will share that with the board as it comes available. And then once we near the end of completing and satisfying all of those conditions, we would review again before giving a final approval to break ground to proceed for construction.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep. And then again, clarification on the zone change. While an approval acknowledging the need. So the zone change allows for a conditional use for a power generating plant. In heavy industrial, I think it has come to our attention that there is a conditional use within our zoning that allows for a public utility. However, historically, which, I mean, we don't have a ton of historical data, but in our previously approved applications for solar projects, a zone change to heavy industrial was utilized to allow for that use of a power generating plant. And while this is not exactly a power generating plant, it was the best use available for the zone change. And so the zone change itself, if approved, would not take effect until we have a legal description, and that legal description is recorded with the county clerk. And I suppose in looking through the project, if I might have a conversation with our county attorney as well as the BOCC to take a look at those conditional uses for ag under a public utility in agricultural, and whether or not the zone change is necessary, essentially. So I know that's been a big concern in having this land rezoned to ag and the very long list of allowed uses, as well as conditional uses in heavy industrial, and what that would mean for that land if it were to remain as heavy industrial beyond the years of this project. So, Yeah.
Standing in the hallway holding little kids. Is there any way that we can get them chairs? Or is it too late to do that?
Do we know if the TV's working?
We have a TV monitor out there that they're watching.
It's conference room.
No, it's in the hallway.
I think it's in the hallway.
And there was chairs out there.
We can get chairs out of those lobbies if we need to,
Okay.
if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions for Candace?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just got to send for the chairs.
That's fine.
No, I don't think it is. Just, Tony, what he just said, to make that clarification that this is what green light to go kind of deal, because there's a lot more to this. We have to go through and everything, and I just want to say that we should be, and I know we are, but just for folks in this room to know that we need to be upfront and right on all of this process that we're going through, because like you said, they are our constituents, and everybody has a lot of concerns, and even as being commissioners, we are representing everyone in this county, and that's including the landowner that owns this property. So we need to make sure we do the right thing.
Thank you.
So before we actually start the public comment, I don't want to overlook this. I do want to state that we have received emails from some folks who couldn't be with us today. And I just wanted to list where we've received those emails from: Marina Corliss, Mason Lamore, Mike and Jeannie Albee, Delane and Joe Brown, Aurora Sidwell, Jackie and Brian Colding, Jordan Anderson, Terry Arnold, Colette Erickson, Carol Haskins, Tyler Hockaday, Samantha Sapin, and Samantha Pierce have all submitted comment to us electronically, as well as Candace had stated, the letters of support from the Craig Chamber of Commerce, the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, and the Colorado Crane Conservation Coalition. And with that, I will, if I haven't messed anything else up, I'll go to public comment. Okay, sorry. It's my first big public hearing. Thank you all for being so patient. So again, I'll open this up. I'll ask you to come to the podium, speak into the mics, give your name, and be respectful when you use your 3 minutes to share with us your thoughts. Erin will be our timekeeper. She'll let us know when there's 20 seconds. We're not going to kick you out right at 3 minutes, but try to keep it as close because we have a lot of people with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mark Anderson, and my wife is one who sent an email as well, but she wasn't able to be here this morning, so I just wanted to come and share some comments and concerns that we have. We live 40 acres right off Roberts Road. Our west property line is the property line right next to the leased land there, and so this means that 300 yards from our house is where this project starts. And I do understand that the panels and stuff wouldn't be seen necessarily from our place, but if this is allowed to go through, just some things that need to understand. We've lived in our home for almost 10 years, and we're newcomers, really, to Moffett County. Been in agriculture my whole life. We have 5 children. We own livestock. We love our Northwest Colorado landscape that we have. Every year we harvest elk, deer, and antelope right off our place. They come right off that leased land there, and we've got pictures every December of when the elk herds come through, and some big ones, over 500, head count, come through, several of them each year. Photos of those herds we have, all the time. We have sandhill cranes that come out there every spring, and I know, that they've talked about joining in with some of those people that want to help make that, keep that available. Spring runoff comes every year. 2 years ago when we had a big snow, it flooded everything out, and we rushed into town to grab our kids from school, and then we're happily stuck at home for a couple days after Bogenschutz Creek washed out the culvert there. And it didn't bother us being out there, but I do know that runoff from solar panels could be something that needs to be looked at. And the ground out there is expandable soil. There's not a lot of sand out, at least on my side, and that can be a big problem when it comes to erosion and runoff and things like that. Again, we've spent 9 years improving our home, working hard to build a legacy with our children, and I think that this project funding. The workers and those that are leasing, it comes together. The only ones that are going to benefit are non-locals or those that are landowners. There's absolutely nobody else in this county that's going to benefit from this project whatsoever. And I don't care what the numbers we say, tax revenue, it's really not much in the big picture of things. And even those landowners, where are they? The other thing is we're building, we have a special needs daughter who is considered medically fragile. The dust that comes off naturally is something to deal with, and I can't even imagine what 2+ years of building is going to cause us health-wise for our second youngest daughter. So it would be, me. I just wanted to make our voice heard and our concerns known about this project. We're not opposed to solar by any means, but I know there's plenty of other places that this project could take place. That would be much more beneficial to all that would be involved. And some of these things that I've said are objective truths. Some of them are subjective, but all of them are very much concerning to me and the life that my family live out there right next to this project that is planned. So thank you for my consideration in what I've said, and I've got to leave now, so I won't be able to stick around to hear anything else, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Cheryl Foltz, and Mark is my neighbor. And I've got several concerns. There's already been a large 1,000-acre fire in the area caused by a burning barrel that was left unattended as the round bottom fire. The only reason it didn't burn my house and some of the neighbors was that my husband was a retired fire captain, and he had the disc on the tractor, put a fire berm in between our house, the neighbors. Even with that in place, our back shed still sustained fire damage. When the fire was noticed, the road became clogged with people wanting to see it. This caused problems for some of the fire equipment getting in. It was headed towards the west end of Craig and was only stopped after having fire retardant airdropped on it 3 times. And when I originally called this in, it was still around the burning barrel. One of my biggest concerns is there is only one way in and one way out. I have heard that there may be an access road put in, but it will have a lock on the gate. So it will not help locals in case of an emergency. There has already been a culvert that washed out and had to be repaired, so many people could not access their house. That spot is already narrow and it's than it was before. I believe one of the reasons the road is having issues because of increased traffic when we had the oil wells going in that area. And no increase in the maintenance on that road. Another of my concern is why a solar farm complex of this size is being put in a neighborhood where there's a lot of family homes. There is a lot of areas in Moffat County that it could be put that isn't surrounded by so many family homes. The benefit of the solar farm will not be felt by the community. The solar farm by Colorado generated no jobs for the community, so this complex will not either. And I've heard the power is being sent to Denver. And one last thing that I noticed on their pictures, that Glab Lane is separated by just an open field for me. My house was not on that picture. It was a very crafted picture. I think you should go to the end of Glab Lane and see all the homes that are there. There is a lot of homes on Robert Roads that were not pictured that back up to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
No issues in the red zone.
The red box on that picture. Thank you.
Yes.
Got a quick question. Can they put up the deal where the panels are gonna be sitting on that plot? By the big power pole?
You have something. Can you pull up that screen?
Sorry, I just wanted to add that with regard to the imaging that they were able to provide us, that one of the locations that they were requested to provide imaging from was Roberts Road, but they were denied access to gain photography and imaging from Roberts Road. And I know that there was one other location that was not mentioned. It was one that was kind of a late ad, and they had already been out here to do their photos. And so I will work with them to see if we can get additional imaging from a couple different vantage points. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was not contacted to access Roberts Road at all, and I live on Roberts Road.
You want to go on this side?
I'd like to point out that,
State your name for our record, please.
like that,
Thank you.
I'd like to point out that there's a very dangerous 90-degree corner just off of Highway 40 by the city water tank. It's uphill, steep uphill from both directions to that corner, and it's a blind corner. You can't see either direction until you get right to the corner. I'm concerned that since there's steep roads, steep access to this corner, the trucks are going to be going a little faster than normal. And they're going to swing right wide on this corner to make it because it's such a sharp corner. Is that going to be addressed in any way, or? That's really all I need to know, I guess, and point that out. If nobody's seen it, they should drive out there and drive both directions to that corner and see it for themselves, because it could be a real problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Daisy.
Hi, I'm Stacy Austin, And I live in the part where on County Road 30 that goes in a big ditch. So I'm at the bottom with Norm and Betty. And the other day we had a huge, large truck come through with a large container on top, which looked like it had something to do with electricity. Anyway, they came through at 7 o'clock in the morning and it was fast and furious through that area. So I am very concerned about the road. I'm concerned about water. Are these panels going to be washed? I've read a lot of information about how you keep the panels clean. Where are they going to get this water from? There's a lot of people out there with no water. They have to haul it. I have water, but what does that do to the underlying water wells that they can access? So the road is a huge thing for me because my house sits very close to the road and it's a mess. The road, if they were to drive the road right now, it's a mess. It's a mess. So then we have to do with the water, the road, and just the fact that this solar right now is 2025. 2027, by the time they get it in, what are the solar panels going to be like? Everything is growing so fast. They're shrinking panels down. They're doing different things with wind. You know, they had those big windmills. Now they're very small. There's a lot of things that are changing. So why do we need this acreage to be ruined? It provides nothing for us. When we have cattle out there, that provides food for us. This provides no electricity, nothing for any of us. So that's the other thing. Fire is the other thing. Let's see. I was at the first meeting with AES. I was on their list. I have never received any information about any of the meetings that have been going on at all. So their neglect to let the homeowners know what they're doing is right now not happening. Let's see, the battery storage facilities there's so many fires around the country solar panel areas that are dealing with fires from these storage battery facilities that I just think is going to be a huge problem later on. And also the reclamation. So when these panels are outdated, what happens? Because it could be within 5 years of them putting it in, they're going to move on to something different. So then what happens? And it leaves no money for the county, nothing. There's no jobs. Would be one or two, maybe here and there, but otherwise they're contracting from out of this area because you have to learn how to put in these solar panels. You have to be educated to put in these solar panels. You can't just pick somebody up off the road that has been dealing with power plants into solar or whatever, mining into solar. So I'd like to know where the jobs are coming from. I'd like to know where the money is coming from. And hopefully President Trump stops this.
Yes. Thanks.
Morning.
My name is David Johannes, and in reference to your comments on that curve with the water tank, that's my place right there.
What is your name again? Sorry.
David Johannes.
Thank you.
My driveway is just to the west of that curve, and I don't know how many times I've almost been hit pulling out of my driveway by traffic coming around that curve because it's definitely a blind curve. Back to when they were drilling oil wells, the equipment coming in, those drivers were just coming around, flying around that curve, and it's a problem with the big heavy equipment. And also the county has been unable to keep up maintenance on that road, especially during construction of those oil wells, but they're having a hard enough time now. And I know the weather has a lot to do with it too, but it's almost down to a 1-lane road in some places because the ruts are so bad. And when there is traffic meeting, someone's got to pull off into the mud to let other guys go by. But yeah, the ruts are so bad out there now. So that's my concern is what are we going to do to maintain those roads during construction? And we need, some kind of a speed limit or something on that curve to make it more visible. And I would also, on the transparency issue of this whole project, if it hadn't been for another concerned neighbor, I don't think any of us, most of us wouldn't be here, but they got the word out to us. And so if we could get some more transparency on this and like to see, some kind of promise on keeping the roads maintained. But once again, I think it needs to be moved out far corners of the county where there is no homes around it, no just get it away from people. Because anyways, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Someone else on this side who would like to comment?
Good morning. My name is Tony Tully. I'm a resident of Doe Run, just off of County Road 30. I've lived there for 15 years, and I, as well as these folks that live even closer to where this proposed facility is going to go, do have some concerns. County Road 30 being one of the most important ones. As it was just previously stated, we've already experienced issues with the county road. When we do have oil and gas trucks trying to haul out of our oil wells and stuff, it creates challenges for those of us as they come off of the roads with a lot of mud, they block traffic. And I live on the better part of the road. These folks that live past me are dealing with some of this other stuff that just gets progressively worse as we go. I have concerns with 300, individuals, construction workers traveling on that road. The county is struggling to keep up with it. We keep going through blade operators. And this is a huge concern for us. I've been there long enough to watch County Road 30 become so busy that I no longer run or hike on that road. I don't ride my bike on that road. The concerns are significant in that manner. So is the company going to help pay for this? Our county's struggling for money for this. I don't expect the county, Moffett County, to come up with this. How are we gonna keep up with, the challenges we have? And then you add 300 people to that road. And even if they commute and they limit that, the heavy construction is just going to disintegrate that road. My concerns is, has there been a feasibility study done? I mean, a lot of construction projects require feasibility studies to address these issues. And I know I've seen the county out probably looking at this based off of some of this proposal, but they really need to dig a little deeper. This isn't as glorious as you think with this company coming in and the visibility. I'm sorry. Another huge concern I have is Highway 40. I don't know how many times when I am trying to pull off of the highway to turn south onto County Road 30, we have people that are turning north to the apartments. We have people that are illegally passing you on that, and it's like, there has been close calls and, some wrecks over the years that I've lived there. So there needs to be a CDOT feasibility study on that corner. That is a huge safety concern as it is. It's bad enough that we only have the one turn lane for the Ridgeview folks that we have to slow and deal with. But then by the time you get out there, this is a huge concern. I know some other concerns that I'm jotted down were hazmat concerns. It sounds like there is some, we haven't heard a lot about it. What does this stuff produce? I mean, if you think about it, we have seepage that can go into drainages that can get all the way into the Yampa Valley, Yampa River watershed, as well as the Green River watershed. They're getting better with it, but we already have 2,000 or 3,000 acres on the other side of the river that we didn't have any input in the development because it was tri-state. So those kind of things are just of huge concern. I think there needs to be more transparency. Let us know, percentages. Let us know risk to these adjacent people. I'm a retired wildland firefighter. I do not believe, and Todd, please correct me if I'm wrong, between Craig Fire and Moffett County, if we have fire that gets involved in any of those lithium batteries, I don't think we have a hazmat contingency. And we shouldn't expect our city, our rural guys or our county guys to go out and face that exposure, let alone any other responding BLM or resources that we have. The fire thing has been brought up. We've had multiple fires out there close to residents. But I think we're not thinking about is the hazmat. Are we going to provide training to our local folks to deal with this? Because if those guys are monitoring this from a TV screen, that's great, but fire happens fast. How are we going to train and provide Moffett County with the ability? And I think Todd was telling me that part of this is in the county and part of it is in Craig's fire protection area. So we need to provide training and equipment for people that would be requested to respond to this. And the funding. I mean, so those are some huge concerns. I see CPW's here, so I'm not going to speak on the wildlife issues or concerns. It sounds like I'm let the professionals speak to that. But just, I had concerns about, our big game winter range. It's that triangle between 1340 and Round Bottom. Those animals come in there and, especially when we had them, we have very few, but those animals come in there to winter. So dissection of that, which has already happened across the river, right in the middle of big game winter range habitat is concerning to me. And I did have a question on consultation with CPW that I will not, because they're here. So thank you guys. I appreciate your presence. And another thing that really concerns me is how is this going to affect our property values? Many of us live out there in that area because we love rural Moffett County. There's so many other places that are warmer and less harsh, and I've lived in them. And some winters we wonder, but I'm here because what we have in Moffett County is those things I've mentioned. We have really awesome rural families. We have wildlife. So this was kind of shocking. And the fact that, this letter came after so much of this consultation was already out. If I wouldn't have had friends and, let me know that this was happening and seeing some stuff on Craig Community Chat, I wouldn't have known that this was going to happen in our neighborhood.
Same.
So I think a big thing for us is we really need to address the transparency. We need to address how some of these issues for health and safety are going to be addressed. And I do have to question the screen, no offense, with all the benefits to the county. Did we see any benefit out of the tri-state solar?
No.
It's been noted, and I'm not going to belabor it, but how many people are you going to pick up off the street and employ? If this was going to employ a bunch of people in the county, that would be awesome. It's short term. Most of the people that came in for Tri-State's power plant, are from somewhere else. Look at the license plates when those guys go off work. And I'm one that had a wreck on Highway 13 because of one of those guys coming out of the Tri-State, the Axial Basin plant, didn't know the road, went to pass at the end of a passing zone, cut me off. And $14,000 worth of damage later as I hit deer and avoided them. That really created a huge concern. So I believe that concern on this county road is, you're not going to be going highway speeds, but there are some huge concerns for those of us that live out there. So, I mean, I'd like to see the transparency on what the community gets. There's a few short-term guys that are here that are staying in a motel, maybe an apartment, that buy food from some of our realtors, but it's pretty small because the bulk of the people that we're working out at the Tri-State project are going south. So, and it's in our county. So anyway, just some of my concerns that I'd like to see addressed and see, You know, I would just like more information. You know, sneaking this on us, you know, and not knowing who to reach is really frustrating for those that've been long-term residents to that area. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I will just have a reminder that we are 3 minutes. We're trying to stay as close to that as possible. I think a lot of your points were covered and a lot of others probably have the same, but to get through everybody, we do need to try to stick to that. Thanks. Yes. Thanks.
Jake Timmer. I'm not a resident around Bottom, but to the lady's point, if you go from Tri-State to the mouth of Empire, we control 3.5, 4 miles of that highway fence. Anybody that's lived here knows how many elk come off of Trapper. I would like a little more education on how on earth you're going to make wildlife corridors for the amount of elk we have. And so I'm worried about just a huge log jam. Let's take the winter of 22, 23. Those elk cost all of us ranchers a lot of money. You put that up there, we need to get them elk moving. We need to get them out of there. It was a pain. And so between the traffic, we're sitting there with 4 miles of highway fence. Granted, I'm not in Round Bottom, but those elk are going to hit Big Bottom. From Trapper to Empire is going to be a problem. And so I would like way more clarification. I'd like to see a study on how wildlife are going to use their wildlife corridors. I'm visiting with Jonathan, Evan. Is there anything, you go north of town, are them deer, elk, are they using anything under that high fence that proves that actually works? How are you going to prove this works? You know, if we ever get our elk population back to what it was, you know, before the winter kill, I mean, at Trapper, we were looking at 8, 9, 10,000 head of elk on that. And they needed that to move, keep going so they could eat Donald's hay and not mine. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Jonathan?
This lady's been waiting to go, so I'll just follow her if that's okay.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Genevieve?
Use this mic or this mic?
Either
Both
one.
on, you're good.
Use both.
Thanks, Jane.
I'm Jane Yazzie. I live on County Road 30. We came here from Arizona with little kids, put together an abandoned house out there, largely by hand. Although the people who helped us put in the heat were local, they're not alive anymore. Some of the finest people I ever knew. Okay, I'm going to start with the word sustainability. Sustainability. I've learned, decades I've learned, it's a catchword. It's unenforceable. That's the first thing. The second, the third, the 15th, the 30th thing I've learned about it. It is unenforceable. It is avoided by any kind of law coverage because of that fact. Because of that fact. And the footprint that is left after projects is unbelievable. I was born and raised about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Aliquippa. Ever hear of Aliquippa? Where the steel mills are minimum a mile long. Mile long. I have seen that area, though I have been in the Southwest and the West since, oh my gosh, 68. I have seen the effort for those areas to put themselves back together. And I'm sad when I go back and I see Aliquippa that doesn't have the money of Pittsburgh crawling. I don't want to use swear words. It's hard.
If you want to find opioid centers, you have to go to a place like that in the US. You have to go to a lot of them, a lot of them. I mean, thousands of former industrialized or former farming, which this would be, or former struggling areas. And it ends up being some oddly, like the woman before me said, you finally want to not only have some peace, but to save what's there for itself, because you've seen having to find little patches of destruction. So I'm also therefore the kind of person that looks up a corporation. I look it up long and hard until I learn about it. Not just in Louisville, Colorado, other states. Is it connected to other corporations, some of which I want to know about? And if it has a record of sustainability, I'll find it. I'll find it. That woman sitting here who spoke of fire, I don't know whether she and I remember the same fire. I have no idea, ma'am, I don't know you. But the one I remember was in the late summer, early fall, and the date that I have in my memory is 2021. 2021. And one of our relatives had stopped for gas at Come and Go, Mac Lane, Victory Way, Come and Go. I think I'm pointing the wrong direction. And people there getting their breakfast, getting coffee, getting gas, whatever it might be, whether they knew each other or not, they had their cell phones on, and they said to one another, and she texted us, that the fire that had started out northwest, roughly, of Maybell had traveled already 18 miles in 28 seconds. That's wind. That's wind. It happens here. It happens here. That's wind. And the ranchers out there, a few of whom we knew, had to hit it first. And they lost some heavy equipment, given an effort to give anybody from town, given the fire crews BLM, to get there. I hope their insurance covered. Those pieces of equipment are not cheap. Okay, that's one fact. A narrow wildlife corridor. I'd like to study reports from Kremling to Silverthorne on how those are working. Except that the wildlife that are going to come through a wildlife corridor on that road have freedom to get into the corridor and freedom when they get out, relatively speaking. Not a narrow wildlife corridor here. They would maul each other trying to get away. We don't even have a sense of what they're fleeing coming up from Highway 13 now, or what they're headed to opposite direction. We've been up late at night in the winter. February is a perfect month to see it, to see the elk want to move their herds. They're full of pregnant. So are the deer. So are the antelope. They're pregnant people, animals. And they have very little time when the weather changes to move. Do you want to see them lined up like at a red light in competition with each other? Mammals do not say to each other, our species has the turn now. Hold back. That's not, you and I know that. That's not how it works at all. A small corridor is useless. They're going to end up over your fences, caught on them, some dead. If they get over your fences, they're going to break their legs among the solar system that you have there. if you have only 3 to 5 permanent workers or 40-hour-a-week workers, what if they're sleeping? What if they're coughing? Because the animals move most as the day ends around dusk. They do a lot of moving then. That's when workers are cold. They're hungry. They'd like to go home. Their sense of their duty is completely different than during the daytime. These solar sections, and by the way, I understand climate change, and while I'm here for a minute more, I would love to sit with a committee from time to time that looks for other sites here. I'm not going to walk away from the responsibility that solarization needs to be done. But I would love to discuss it and see a large group of people begin to talk about it. I want to stop because I know atmospheric storms. I have it here in my notes. We can't control them. They have to be brought up either from a Gulf or one of the 2 oceans or the Arctic. And that's where they are going to be generated. And we're the ones that have altered the atmosphere, and they're going to find the moisture, which ironically and sadly has evaporated. A good deal of it has evaporated and ends up relatively wasteless to what we here on the ground might need it for, what the animals in the trees might need it for, because now we've overheated the system and it evaporates. And when it gets into the higher atmosphere, it meets the gases that come from our way of living, including mine. I drive. I understand it. And we cannot control that atmospheric mixture. We're way past an effort to do it, and we're trying to see if we can catch up. And atmospheric storms are like that small one in 21. That was wind-driven. If you study it, the wind of typical atmospheric storms that hit Oregon, California, Washington State, Western Canada, they're surviving. The people up there are surviving on winds that come at storm time of maybe 50 to 55, a rare 60, the miles an hour. The speed of winds that they're surviving is now closer to 70, 75. It's not a joke.
Thank you, Jane.
I think it's time for me to stop. I appreciate your time. Please take my name down. If I know of other people, I will pass them on. I will do that.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want any company that was visiting here to know that we're the kind of people that will research them. Believe me, research them back decades if necessary, across the ocean if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Jonathan?
That's fine. You're welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Jonathan Lambert. I'm the Area Wildlife Manager representing Parks and Wildlife and encompassing the northwest corner, including all of Moffett County. And with me is local District Wildlife Manager Seth Schwollert, covering the Craig West District, and also the local District Wildlife Manager for the area that you see highlighted on the screen. Couple things that I wanted to say, and you've had a lot of good comments and questions today. With regard to projects like this, but really with regard to any kind of development, whether it's residential or oil and gas or solar, you name it, oftentimes we do get asked to provide comments on these projects. It's not a requirement, but when we are asked, we're very appreciative of having that ability to do that. And so we have been engaged. We have some other folks that aren't here today that represent Parks and Wildlife that are more specialized with energy development. Taylor Elm is an individual who's been working on communication with AES, as well as some of our land use specialists based out of the Grand Junction area. With regard to this specific project, there was a couple things mentioned that I just wanted to make some points of clarification on, is with regard to the wildlife-friendly fencing. Depending on what we're talking about there, yes, in that to avoid, entanglements and things with antlers and big game critters, the fencing that's used on these projects helps with that, but at the same time, it's also exclusionary. And so from a big game standpoint, an 8-foot tall fence is, exclusive to not allowing passage for large critters like big game. Smaller critters, yes. And some of the things that we can work with companies on to point out are ways to either help avoid, minimize, or mitigate impacts to wildlife. And oftentimes it's a combination of all of those things, just depends on the project. So, and what you do for one thing might also adversely affect another with regard to different species that we're talking about. Another example is, when we look at the landscape and depending on where these solar arrays are going to land, if it's old ag fields versus removing sagebrush being a critical habitat component for a variety of species, that's going to have benefits in a sense of if you leave the sagebrush for sage grouse and mule deer, that's great. But the elk and the antelope and the cranes that utilize the fields, it's going to be different there. So the biggest point I wanted to make is it's the responsibility of decision makers to think about the long term and big picture, and also the cumulative impacts for the fact that there's multiple of these projects going on in a very quick amount of time. Somebody commented on that earlier. And so even though our comments are tailored more to a specific project in the big picture, with the way that these developments are taking place, it'll take longer time. Jake's question about how are the animals going to react and are they going to hold up on him? Same with other landowners that are beyond that, and are they going to see the animals, that they're used to being able to hunt and everything else. So the cumulative impacts, that's what I think about, and that's what I'd encourage you all to think about too, and finding the right balance between development and what the impacts to wildlife are, including loss of habitat, migration corridors, et cetera. That's all I had for you today. Can I turn it over to Seth?
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Seth Schwollert, I'm the District Wildlife Manager for CPW for West of Craig. I'll try to be brief. Couple professional and personal comments here. Like Jonathan said, I think the first thing I want to get at is that our agency gets a significant number of requests for comment on energy development. This project is very recent news to me. I have not had one conversation with this company. Personally, I've been in the district close to 3 years here. Not once have they reached out to me directly. So I think Evan Jones was a little more aware of this project when this was in his district, but there certainly needs to be development in partnership pertaining to wildlife issues. As far as the comment made for avoiding grouse areas, this is Northwest Colorado. It's all sage grouse habitat. So maybe we're staying away from lek sites, but I know you guys know that it's all important habitat. Same with, the concerns brought up by Jake. We're moving a significant number of elk through some of this country. And then I'd like to second some of the locals' comments about the road conditions. I hauled a snowcat up and down that road every other day 2 winters ago feeding elk. And I would park at the bottom of the road and track it up because of the ice conditions and whatnot on that road in that steep corner. So I think that's all I have to say. I guess locally, as an individual within this community, I would just encourage commissioners just to remember the culture of what makes Moffett County great, and the wildlife values that this community embodies. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be around for questions too if you need us.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah, you.
For
yeah, yeah.
public record, we do have to
Yeah.
have you come to the microphone. And if we could keep the reactions down just for the recording as well. Thank you.
My name is Jim Ayers. I live on County Road 30. I'm been out there for 44 years. Anyway, the county road can't take it. There's no way. I don't know how much money you spend every year on the road, but it's just ridiculous. And my best idea is tell them that we found 2 wolf dens out there and they can't do it.
Guys, for the recording, please. Genevieve, thank you.
Thank you, County Commissioners. My name is Genevieve Yazzie. Our family has lived towards the end of County Road 30 since the late 80s. And thank you guys for being willing to stay with us all this morning through the public hearing. I have a lot of questions after seeing the presentation from AES today and also hearing neighbors who may have been participatory in like the initial talks of this happening several years ago and then not being kept in the loop following. Just doing a quick search on my phone while listening to public hearing comments right now. AES Clean Energy itself is actually a fairly young solar company. And so I am concerned that they sound great at doing the paperwork. And they have the ability and the backing of their parent company, AES Energy, to do the paperwork to get these solar projects lined up. But what I am really concerned about is that they haven't been in business long enough to show that they can actually follow through to the commitments that they make to the communities that they put their projects into. And also, the public use and the industrial use of solar has not been in existence for 30 years, so there is no way to determine whether or not actually I would argue that the technology exists for them, 1, to last that long, and 2, to provide the safety that they're saying that they're going to provide to this community. What happens, I think there are some serious questions that we need to ask about the company's ability to maintain all that it's committing to our community and committing to the residents. I think we have to ask serious questions about their ability to follow through because AES Energy itself has only been in business since 1981. So they are also a fairly young energy company when it comes to the likes of energy companies in the United States. They have the money to put forth the paperwork to get into communities, but we have yet to see whether or not they have the ability to maintain the presence and the commitment to the communities that they have thus far committed to Moffat County and its residents. I agree with my mom, Jane Yazzie, who spoke earlier. I'm not against talking about solar and Moffat County, but I think the complete lack of transparency really feels like an attempt to get into a community that they identify as desperate. And without having serious conversations about building, community relationships so that this can be successful from the start. I would have preferred that they had actually started building community relationships from the start so that this could be a successful venture. There are other areas in Moffat County that are much less populated because we are a very large county that this could go into. My other concern is about water in general. As we continue to face, I think, growing concerns about drought in this region, especially throughout the West and Colorado, the temperature that is created in the atmosphere above solar farms is significant, especially during the summer. And when Craig in particular is always, and by it increases. So when I'm talking, and my concern is about water, right? We get, traditional wind patterns, right? We got most of our water from the west and the northwest when it comes to how weather travels through this area. And that's where we get the majority of our moisture. If this atmospheric temperature is continually being increased, how is that going to affect our rainfall? How is that going to affect our snowfall throughout the coming years? Is that going to increase our drought? I don't think there's enough research, and I have not seen this. I haven't, from the presentation I've seen from AES today, seen that they have considered how water usage is going to be affected by the solar farm being placed this close to a community this large. I agree that we need, and I thank you guys for being willing to consider the diversification of businesses and tax base for Moffat County, because I understand that that needs to really happen. But there are just a lot of questions I have. I also have serious health problems. And if I were to end up downwind of a smoke of a lithium burn, I would end up at the hospital. I might not make it to the hospital. So I think there are just bigger questions at hand. They could have talked to the tri-state and placed this on reclaimed trapper land, right? They could have worked with landowners that are in part of Moffat County where there are like 10 people within like a 20-mile radius. There's plenty of land in Moffat County for them to gain the access that they need to get the maximum solar potential that they need for the solar array. And so I question why they've put it so close to residents. I'm concerned about things like possible increasing of radiation rays and microwave rays living that close to something like a solar farm. And I think I would encourage actually the county commissioners to vote no with no against this project right now, with the opportunity for the company to identify additional sites within the county.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sir? We had one right ahead of you there. Sorry.
Hello. My name's Norm Fetty, and I've lived on County Road for 52 years now. My question is, have you guys driven County Road 30? Any of you? You know what it looks like, huh? You do too? Good. Okay, I don't have anything pro or against the project, except the County Road 30. It's not going to take it. I live at the bottom of the hill across the street from Mrs. Austin. Those semis will be going through there at 55 miles an hour. And you can put all the speed limits on it you want, unless you've got somebody that's going to stand by my mailbox. It ain't going to work. So that's about all I got to say. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Kay Cruz, and I also live out on County Road 30. And we live next to firemen. And my significant other, Cal Drennan, had asked how long it would take to get out there if there was a fire. And he said 45 minutes, because he has to go in, get dressed, get his equipment, and out. That's 45 minutes. And if there was somebody saying had a heart attack or something, that'd take probably 45 minutes to an hour to get out there. With all this extra traffic going out there, our road's not going to take it to begin with. And also with that amount of time for a fireman to get in and get out, and with all the extra traffic, that's going to delay it even more and stuff. And then we've got kids out there that goes to school bus, and with that extra traffic, that's not going to work at all. And then with the big snow drifts, that's still not going to work. So I would appreciate your time and everything, and for your commissioners to vote no on this and get more information and get it out to the public, and especially to the residents of County Road 30. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Brett Granbush, lifelong resident of Moffat County, lifelong farmer in Moffat County. I do have land in this program, signed with the AES. I was hesitant about initially doing it until I saw the footprint of this project. In my opinion, there's enough open space left that it's going to affect the wildlife, but it's not going to drastically affect the wildlife. Over 50% of this project, from what I have seen, is still going to be open space, the same as it is currently. I thought this was a very good site I've had boots on the ground of every square inch of this property, and very, very little of it will be visible from anybody who's on County Road 30. You might see it from some of the high tops of the roads, but from Roberts Road, I don't know if you'll see a single panel. Very little. It's going to look just as it does today. I think you're going to have some problems with the construction phase. There's going to be growing pains, no doubt about it. That last 2 years, and after that 2 years, I believe that the tax increase is going to be very worth it for the amount of resources Moffat County is going to have to put in the project. There doesn't have to be water developed or anything like that. There'll be very little impact to the county itself, other than they'll generate some revenue that's going to be much higher than the ag base that's currently there on all that ground. What they do not use, I will still be able to farm. This lease agreement will probably save my family farm, add some extra income to it. I will still be able to farm almost 50% of it. Will stay in crop as it is currently is. So overall, I believe this will be a good project for Moffat County. I know it's going to be a difficult transition from the coal and what we have had, but we do need some more industry to replace some of the stuff that's going to be expiring in the near future. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Hi, I'm Jackie Colvin. I have to apologize for the 11-page email that I sent you guys.
Hey, you're good.
But I do have a lot of concerns, and I was at the meeting with the planning department. And there's just some things that I want to touch on. We're not mad at the people who lease their land. We may have done the same thing if we were faced with a situation, but most of them do not even live here. So the true benefits are not going to be Moffat County wide. The people that are benefiting are the landowners that lease their lands and AES, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And if you look into them at all, I question why they did Yampa Valley Solar LLC. Why not just say we're AES? But the paperwork says Yampa Valley Solar 8 LLC. Why are you doing a limited liability company? And if you go on AES and you look, what are the subsidiaries of AES? You'll find pages and pages and pages of LLC, and they are worldwide. Netherlands, Cayman Islands. I mean, they're all over the place. Yampa Valley Solar LLC, I believe, was created to soften the blow, thinking that when I first saw the paper, I was like, oh, this must be a local company. So they've done a lot of things to fluff themselves up. Cattlemen's Association, all the stuff that they listed on there. And I truly ask, what did it specifically do to benefit Moffat County? It didn't do anything to specifically benefit our county and our people, our neighbors, our residents. The $15 million for tax-based revenue, if you do the math on that and you break it down to a monthly over 30 years, I'm basing it on 13,292 residents. That's the 2020 census. Could be more, it could be less. But if you base it on that, it's $3.13 per month per person. That's 10 cents a day, roughly, per person. That is not a significant amount of money that's going to help our county, especially with it being so close to all of the houses and residents. I realize that they're showing that it's not going to visually impact. There's not going to, we aren't going to look and see there's a lot of solar panels, but they didn't go up high up on Glab Lane. We're in the valley of Glab Lane. So you drop down, and where they took the picture, by the way, they trespassed on our property, and they did not even ask permission. We were never contacted at all. It is all private, and they did not ask for any permission from any of us to go there and trespass on our land to take any pictures. The 24/7, 365 monitoring that we saw, the guy sitting there with all the computer screens, this man here, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, he's a lithium battery expert. He made a comment during the other meeting that as far as the monitors, being monitored. If something gets triggered, then they can pop back into that room and take a look and see what's going on. It's not a 24/7, 365, somebody is sitting there watching monitors to see what is happening. And that is going to, go on. So I don't want you to, take any of that into consideration thinking, oh, well, they really got their eyes on it and they're on top of this and they really care for our safety. As far as our houses and our property value, they did say that they have studies that show that it doesn't impact property value. I have to agree with any kind of study that they have. And that is, houses are our biggest investment that we will ever make in our lives. And I'm sorry, I get emotional, but it's our biggest investment. This is just too close. And I don't care if you can see a solar panel from my house or not. It backs up to our property. That's our property line. We have the sage grouse protected area right in between us and the solar panels. And just because we can't see them, it doesn't mean that they're not there and it's not going to affect our property value. Like I said, AES and the property owners that lease their property are the ones that benefit. They have done nothing to compensate anybody else that might be affected by this. I'm not on County Road 30, but I feel for all of the people on County Road 30 and all of their concerns. I worked dispatch for State Patrol for 30 years, just over 30 years, and I know what a mess that road can be. In the winter, in the summer, it doesn't matter. I know the mess that road can be and all that goes with that. We were told during the planning thing, it was 3,800 acres, and then it was, well, we can only, we could just do the 1,100 footprint. And now I'm seeing 2,200 footprint or 2,200 acres that they want approved. I'm so confused by all these numbers because I talked with Jeff Comstock and he said that he was told 1,100 acres. And he even had to go and verify that. And he said that he went down and spoke with planning department, I believe it was, and he confirmed that it was only 1,100 acres. And he left me a message. I still have the voicemail. So we're so confused by what all's going on. I mean, there were so many things that I mentioned in my email about what they said during that first meeting that contradicted so many things. And they avoided directly answering questions, which leads to deception. And if they are trying to deceive us on like the minor things that really don't mean a lot, what are they doing on the major things? Are they going to use deionized water to clean the solar panels? That right there, I sent you information on that if that's the case. That's serious. It has its uses, but it's not for seeping into the grounds. So I want to say also, the gentleman mentioned, special needs child. We have a special needs child also. And over the years, his hearing has become, he used to like music and used to like, all that stuff. And it used to just make him happy. Now, even us talking within a certain range of him bothers his hearing. Like it gets him to where he's biting and is upset. Solar panels, solar fields, especially one of this size, emits like a hum, a noise. So what is that going to do to livestock? What is that going to do to our animals? What's that going to do to humans? I even put in there that even though you may not even hear it, it can still affect you, can still affect your mental health. I just think there's so many unanswered questions and too many what ifs and concerns. Why can't we just say no to this and take the time to study what's going down, on down there at Axial Basin? Take the time. Let's spend the next 10 years and look at what effects did it have on the wildlife? What effects did it have on groundwater? What effects did it have on the erosion? All of that stuff. Let's just take time and look and see what happens there that could potentially happen somewhere else. And I just don't think this should be so close to everybody's homes.
Thank you.
They didn't come in and offer to compensate anybody that is surrounding this. Just the people that it's not going to affect, really.
Thanks, Jackie.
Good morning. My name is Summer Simpson. I am Stacy Austin's daughter. I've lived on that county road since I was about 7 years old. I want to talk about a little bit about solar fields in general. On average, I went to college for agricultural sciences, and I did a couple papers on solar fields. It is incredible the amount of solar fields that go downhill in a matter of years. Ivanhoe, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, went down very, very quickly, and it never generated the amount of power that it was supposed to. I know that was a water boiling facility, so it is a little different than the one that is proposed to be put on County Road 30, but this is still a concern to me. We've heard people talk about when is this technology going to change? I have been doing research into that. It is already changing. My question is, why are we doing solar fields when we can be putting it on homes? Why is it that the people of Denver are willing to sacrifice us? We've been sacrificed to the wolves, literally. We've been sacrificed to agriculture. I've lived on the Front Range the last 8 years. They don't care about us. They don't even know we exist. Why are we supplying them power? We get no benefit from it. It doesn't do anything for us. Why are we supplying people who have no care for what we have? They don't understand us. And I've seen it time and time again over there. I worked on a dude ranch where I was talking with people of Denver, and they're like, oh, Craig, where is that? I'm like, well, we're in the northwest corner. There's a northwest corner. It's incredible. Yet we are the ones sacrificing everything for these people. How is that fair to us? You know, the power's not coming to Craig at all. It's going to Denver. 60,000 houses for how many solar panels? You have to have at least a minimum of 21 panels per home to supply enough energy. That's incredible. Why do we need that many panels if we've got good technology? This is not something we should be considering as a county because it's not benefiting us whatsoever. As to the county road, that was a county road that we used to go runner sledding down. It would ice up in the winter and we could take a runner sled down it, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. That road has completely degraded since then. It is a mess. The land that my parents live on, we've got 3 ponds. Last year, it washed out that road completely. And it was the first place the county had to go in and say, we've got enough people behind you that we need to fix this road, but we may not have enough money to do this. This is not a road that we need industrial equipment driving on for benefiting nobody on that road, not benefiting us electrically, not benefiting us in any money state and anything like that. So I ask you guys to really consider all this. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to anybody who is going to be living in those homes. It's not fair to the animals. We're ruining agricultural land for a project that may last 20 seconds by the time it gets put up. Is it fair? No, it is not. So I ask that you put this down, please, for all of our sanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to have to read my comments. My name is Casey Green, and I'm here representing the Colorado First Conservation District. Before I start that, though, I do want to point out just a piece of clarity. As I was sitting in the audience, I got a text from our local cattlemen's secretary. The CCALT, the Colorado Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust, is a state organization. It's not the local cattlemen's organization, so just to clarify that. Sorry, my voice always gets shaky up here. All right, so just a little background on the Colorado First Conservation District and what we're doing to work with the county and our conversations that we've had on this project. So our Conservation District is a local special district that's governed by 7 elected local board members. And while our board does not ever aim to dictate what happens on private land, our mission is to be the voice of agriculture and to assist them in the sustainability and conservation of natural resources, particularly soil and water. So realizing the potential detrimental effects of new construction and development on natural resources, particularly soil, water, and wildlife, and realizing that there's a lack of regulation standards at the local and state and national levels, the Colorado First Conservation District created a resolution to request a conservation plan to be submitted with all new renewable energy development projects. This went on to be adopted at the state level and is going on to the national level as well, and is being adopted by many conservation districts around the country. From there, we came back to a local level and we started working with the Land Use Board as well as Moffat County Planning and Zoning and Moffat County Commissioners. And we really appreciate and realize and recognize their efforts to incorporate our ideas and suggestions into your permitting and application process. So I think Candace touched on that a little bit, but what we are asking as a district, and that has now been adopted into the application of the county, is that any renewable energy or development projects take the following into consideration and create a conservation plan. That's soil life and health. We don't want to see sterilization. There's a lot of life under the surface, and can that be reclaimed after 30 years? We don't really know, but we want to see that in the plan. We want them to consider ground cover and dust mitigation, water erosion and runoff, wind erosion, wildlife habitat and migration, noxious weed control, and of course, agriculture. We want companies to consider or look into incorporating agrivoltaics whenever possible. I'm going to go ahead and I might take a little longer, but I'll hurry up. So that's kind of a background on what we've been working with in the county. So to speak directly to this plan, the application was passed on to the Conservation District Board and it was reviewed. And based on the submitted plan, we did return comments to AES. From there, they reached out to us to get clarification because our comments pretty much were, there's nothing here to comment on. We realize that many aspects of the conservation plan cannot be completed until engineering is done or environmental studies are done. But because our board hasn't met in its entirety since our follow-up meeting with Candace and with AES, we cannot formally recommend adopting this or accepting this application. That's not a formal disagreement either, just because, like I say, what we are requesting in the conservation plan is just not there yet. So we're kind of, I guess we say, neutral. We do realize that as the process moves forward, AES has agreed to incorporate our comments and recommendations wherever possible. And at that time, if it was to move forward, we would review the plan again and supply comments again back to the commissioners and to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Some of the other questions that have been brought up are reclamation and bonding, and we've been in contact with the county regarding that and trying to decide if, as a board, we would like to recommend that bonding is required. So those conversations are happening, again, trying to be mindful of landowner rights as well. So if anybody has any questions on what the district is doing, just please know that we are trying to keep our natural resources at the forefront of all of these conversations.
Thank you.
My name's Ernest Shukar. I live on 350 Glab Lane. And I'd like to know where the panels are going to be from the power line that's there, the high transmitter line. Are they going to be on the north side? Are they going to be on the side that my house is on?
There's already existing power lines that we're gonna tap into.
Yeah, but where's the panels going to be? They going to be on the north side of it?
Both sides,
Both sides. And you're saying I can't see them?
based on photo simulation.
That's a joke.
Ernie,
That is a joke.
You're talking, hey.
Ernie, you need to direct your comments to us in the public hearing.
That's a joke. Because I can stand on the hill and I can see the base of those power poles. And that's where the elk migrate through. That's where they eat in the wintertime because the snow, like the last 2 years ago, not this year, but last 2 years, the snow is 4 and 5 feet deep out there. And them hills, the snow blows off of them and they can dig down and eat. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to impact the elk. So that's all I wanted to know. And like I say, when they say I can't see them from my house, that's a joke.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bethany Labonte. I live at 5223 County Road 30. The map we saw that showed where the panels and stuff are with the red box in it, that's my 10 acres. We're right up next to the leased land in question. The closest solar array is planned to be a little over 600 yards from my house and will absolutely be visible from my house. Our entire western view, our sunset view, will be solar panels. Well, I'd like to go over all of my concerns regarding the proximity to our home, traffic through the property, decreased property value, fire concerns. A lot of this has been covered and I appreciate everybody's input on that. Really, my biggest concern is the animals. I've lived out there for 8 years and I have taken hundreds of photos from my house of elk, sandhill cranes, deer, pronghorn. I could list all of the animals that I've seen just from my house. The migratory birds, they're out there in so many numbers. Bald eagles, just so many. There's bats, fox, coyotes, snakes, everything. These are all animals that I've seen on my 10 acres or from my 10 acres. So right in the vicinity of where these are going. Regardless of how you break it up, putting 1,500 acres of fenced off solar panels directly in the middle of this landscape is absolutely going to disrupt the animals. I have pictures of them. I can show you a whole folder of pictures that were taken where the animals are exactly where this solar array will be sitting. The elk, the cranes, everything, that's where they live. That's where they go through, they travel through. I'm glad CPW was here because I wanted to bring up some facts there. I believe the fact that me and my neighbors are seeing more elk in Round Bottom this winter is not because their numbers are improving, because they aren't. It's because of the Axle Basin. It's been so disrupted. Some of the elk that would normally be wintering there have traveled the short, less than 10 miles over the Isles of Duffy Mountain to the Round Bottom Basin. CPW put out a paper that states that the big game herds in Northwest Colorado are their #1 priority landscape areas in preserving these migration corridors and the winter ranges. And I don't think that these big solar farms are the answer to our power dilemma, but I know this might be the reality of our future. I just don't think that this is the best option for placement within these herd units where our herd numbers are so critical or up against people's homes for that matter. We are known as the elk capital of the world. And that will not be the case if we continue to just drop a solar field in every low basin that we have where the elk spend their winters and travel. I just think there's better options than this. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Colding. My wife addressed you guys just a little bit ago. We own the 80 acres at the end of Glab Lane that would be on the north end of this proposed project. Like she said, we're not against solar, but we are against it in our backyard. And the more I think about it, I'm probably going to end up being against it anywhere in the county because of the long-term effects. We just don't know. I would like to have this disappear and not be on the table. I wish it would go to a vote before the entire county So we could really find out whether people want it or not. I think that would be the fair thing to do. If I lost, okay, I can accept that. But I am disappointed that, only the people who border this project were notified. I've been told several times that that's the requirement. It's not required to notify anybody else beyond that. That's disappointing because this county should have the right to know that this is going on. Not just the people on County Road 30, which I am here to support you guys. We're all neighbors, family, friends, It's not just this project that's an issue either. We've talked about Axle Basin. When I bought that 40 acres, we have 80 now, but when I bought that first 40 acres, it didn't take 4 months for me to get a call from somebody out of Nebraska asking to purchase a lease agreement from me for an easement along the south fence to put in 160-foot tall power poles. They were trying to find a path to get through that valley, go north across the highway to Sippy Cup Ranch, which I have heard leased some ground to them for solar. My neighbor, Dale Martin, accepted that agreement without talking to the neighbors. I get it. We do what we want with our land, right? I don't have any problem with Dale. We're good friends. I got no problem that he did that. I, on the other hand, would not do it without talking to my neighbors because they may not want to see it just like I don't. We have since purchased that other 40 acres from Dale. So yeah, I'm stuck with a lease agreement on that if they ever come through. But here was the statement from Dale that was made. He's like, I took the money because I didn't think it would ever happen. This stuff comes and it goes. It never comes to fruition. I have a friend that lives directly west of me. If you looked on Onyx, he's got about 150 acres there in Sand Springs on the south end. He was approached in the last few months from another solar company. Okay, they're everywhere. There's this AES is one of 3 that I'm aware of, 4 technically. He was approached and offered $400 per acre to lease his land, and he declined it, even though a mailbox paycheck would have been wonderful for his family. He declined that. I did some simple math on this, okay? We have 3,800 acres proposed on this project. If the $400 per acre is the going rate for these solar companies to provide, I don't know. It's speculation, I'll say that. But that's $1,520,000 per year to the landowner on this project. 4 landowners, okay? Divided that by 4, obviously, based upon how many acres they have. Over the course of 30 years, that's $45,600,000 that is paid out to the landowners. I don't get any benefit from that, and I border it and have to see it, have to hear it, have to worry about what's being put into the ground. Get nothing out of that. My property values go down. I don't know if you noticed that Yvonne Gustafson was in here. She is a very well-known and respected realtor in this county. We had her come out to our property. She said that it will absolutely devalue the property value. I wish she was still here this morning. She had to leave, but that's concerning. We're about to build a house. We just got soil samples done for our septic and blueprints drawn up for a house. Do we want to invest the money here in this piece of property now? I'm not certain on that. I'm going to have to think about that very hard. This project, as they noted on the slide, produces costs them $500 million to put it in. What person or company is willing to spend that kind of money if there's not a substantial profit to be made? But we are not benefiting from it. $15 million in tax revenue over the course of 30 years is nothing compared to what they're going to benefit. And the power doesn't even stay local. The landowners and the property tax over 30 years comes to about $60 million that will benefit a company and 4 other individuals. I don't know. I'm disappointed in a lot of ways that this was not made public knowledge. I'm disappointed that we look at things and place a value on it and think that it's worth it when it affects others around us. And we have no concern for that. I have no problem with the landowners wanting to make some money. I really don't. Would I do the same thing? Man, I don't know, because I'm not in that position. But I do have to deal with the consequences of someone else's choice. I hope that you guys shoot this thing down. You know, I'm here. I'm not even going to have to see this as much as some other people. My friend that owns that land to the west, his property borders the Deacon's property, and I keep thinking he's going to see the south end of this, and he has no choice. It's going to be off in the distance, but he's going to have to look at it when he purchased that land, so that he didn't have to look at anything. And that's part of why we do that, right? We want our 40 acres or our 10 acres. We want some solitude. We want some peace. We want to raise livestock. We don't want to worry about what's going into the ground or the noise that's going to be heard and how that might affect the migration route of the animals. My property alone, 450 elk every December cut through there because it's their migration route. That's probably going to change and be affected by this project that is above the ridge line of our property. So I'm concerned. So many different solar companies trying to come into this county. If we don't do something to either stop it or restrict it or minimize it, it's going to eat up this country that we call God's country. I love to hunt and fish. I know very much of this country because of that reason. I don't want to see solar panels when I'm out there hunting elk or deer or when I'm hiking around. I mean, who wants to? There's got to be some other solution to this. I do agree with folks here that have said, let's put it somewhere that people aren't going to see it, not as close to residential. I don't know. Take that for what it's worth, but I hope that you guys will vote this down. One other thing that I can think of is this whole road study and you know, traffic survey. Why are they not willing to spend the money prior to conditional approval? They've got it clearly. If they're going to spend $500 million on a project to turn around and make a profit on that, let's see them spend a little bit more before they get the conditional approval. That makes no sense to me.
Thank you.
So if they don't want to spend the money, I guess it'll show how valued we are, right? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. My name's Terry Arnold, and I appreciate you guys reading my emails and concerns. I have some concerns over what happened today here at the planning meeting earlier. We were supposed to have pictures today of the fires that had been in their solar fields, and somehow that didn't show up. What happened? So are they hiding from us or not? I don't know. And another thing, thanks to the CPW for coming in and expressing their things, because I asked the meeting before I asked for an environmental impact study. Well, it's in the planning department. That's no impact study. It's a he said, she said papers. By their impact study on the wildlife, it's all fine. If you read their impact study. Obviously, it's not fine. They didn't talk to the right people. So I think we need some more things to think about here. I am concerned. We live on County Road 30. The traffic, the fires, it's all been there. But today I've seen some things that I really don't like. I don't like it anyway, but I really feel like we're just a bunch of hicks out here in the country that don't know what we're doing. So let's just snowball us over. We need some answers, the right answers before we agree with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
My name is Ramona Quick. I do live out on County Road 30. I would have been completely clueless to this project if it wasn't for a concerning neighbor saying, hey, this is going down. And I went, wow. You know, I have 5 miles of county road every day, one way. We're not at the very end of it, but there's a few neighbors back behind us, but we get 5 miles every day. The road is not maintained the way it should be. It's scary. It is down to one lane at some points. The wintertime, that's even worse, don't get it plowed when it should be. Wind blows horribly. If you don't have four-wheel drive or a vehicle that's above the ground and four-wheel drive, you don't make it home. So that's a concern, not just in the winter, but in the summer as well, I have a well on my property, so I do have well water. I don't have to haul my water. One of the fortunate ones out there that don't. I'm concerned about what's coming off these solar panels, seeks down to the ground. What does that do to my well water? We have older people that live out on our county road and at the end of our county road, Yazzies, Cork and Jane Mater, or Lewis, they live right there. I concern about the traffic and if something happens, the emergency vehicles coming out, are they going to be able to access them? What's the turnaround time? We've got so much traffic. Are the roads bad? There's a lot of things like that. I've seen several fires out there. We've been out there for 20 years. I've seen the fires come through, how long it responds. We've physically had to go move animals. We've, had to cut down fences so fire trucks can access, to get these fires out to help. And this is Flutz's, that we were there, we saw this. You can't just access it from, it's a one way in, one way out. That's concerning with this solar panel. And, we have 24-hour access, 23, 27. No, you don't. You're not there. And the people coming in and out of there, like, do I have to lock my home every day now that I have everybody come, who are they hiring to come work these panels? We live out there, we're a community, horses get out. Hey, you know what? Your horse is out. I put them back in. I have my neighbors. I trust my neighbors. That is a concern with the amount of people coming in and out of our county road anymore because it is one way in, one way out, it's been more and more now that we've had incidences out on our road that we've never had before just because of the traffic. And, people are just thinking it's fun. We watch kids watch the traffic out on our county road, people doing donuts on our county road because now it's fun. We can't do it in the city, so we do the county. Now we have more traffic. So I worry about the water as a maintain, and the animals. We see it, elk through there all year. They didn't do a study for my house because I tell you, I could see every solar panel they're going to put out. I live up on the hill, so not only is it going to be ugly to look at, but that right there, animals, elk, deer, they graze that. It's going to be a huge impact with that as well. So, but yeah, my concern is the road and in the water and, why we moved out there. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Yalsey. You see that map up there? Down to the south left corner. Where that sharp county road turns right there. I live right in that area right there. There's BLM land right next to me and Elgin around me. The reason why we live out there is like everybody else. We live in moved from Arizona to here. We live in town by railroad track. So I know what it's like the noise is. The problem is I raised my kids that way and they grew up right there, that land. And what I'm trying to say is a lot of us live on county roads because of the quietness and the wildlife that we read about this in Arizona, what kind of life was out of here. And I worked in the power industry for 32 years. And so there was a power plant here. That's why I moved here. My wife is an educator, and she got a job here in Craig with community college. And my kids went to school here. And what I'm saying here is I'm not against solar paneling or renewable energy. I know climate change is here. That's the truth. It's a fact. But then again, all of us here are concerned because how in the heck in the morning you wake up and you see all this in front of you. Look outside. That's what I look at. That's what I do. I'll go out on the deck, enjoy the scenery, see what's out there. Plus that, this is the first time the migration of elk starting to come back. They migrate through our property on the hill there. That's where they get on the side of the hill on the east side in the morning for the sun. So what I'm saying is, and the road, the picture's nice, yes. But what does it take? I mean, what kind of trucks? What kind of U-Haul or is it low boys? What kind of equipment are they going to use? Are they going to flatten the land, the hills? Most pro solar panel I see is the flat land where it's nice and smooth. And so what they talk about is where it rotates with the sun. This land is hilly. Who in the heck decided to put all this stuff right next to a person's house? That's not a company that cares about people. To me, if you care about somebody else, how to make solar panel, put it somewhere that's away from everybody else. And also so far away from the highway, tearing up our county road. This is the only easement we got. That County Road 30 ends up Elton's Ranch, 2 miles down the road from me. So that's, if you had to get out of there, there's only one way out. You got all these people there, and the road be congested. And where are they going to put this hill right where that corner I'm talking about is, you go out there in the wintertime when the snow is 5, 6, 7 feet deep with the wind drift. You can't even get in there. I'm going to show you pictures what it's like out there. That's how churches is out there. We live out there. I love it out there. Well, my family lives out there. We all do out those County Road 30. We're neighbors. We take care of each other. If you see one of us having a problem on the road, hey, there we are. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Heather, before we start with you, we've been at this for a little bit yet. If we could take a 5-minute break, we'll resume in 5 minutes and start back up with you.
Appreciate you coming in. Yeah, so much. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and come out of the break. Thank you for that. I think my two fellow commissioners can focus again. So we'll go ahead and resume with the public hearing if there's anyone else who would like to come up and testify for or against. Heather?
Hi, Heather Brumblow. You guys know my job. I know the tax base would be nice, but I do think it needs to be moved away from the community. My mother is the one who lives at the end of Roberts Road. We can see Grand Bush disking from the house on his property. So for him to say no one from Roberts can see it, we can. Her well water comes from that property. She does have an underground spring that comes up and creates a pond from that property. The fire that she talked about, she is 20 minutes from town. It was, like she said, it was not even ankle high when she called it in. It was our house and the neighbor's house, actually two neighbors' house would have been lost if my dad had not been out there. And I watched him on the tractor, the flames licking over him, putting the berm in. He has since passed away. So if a fire comes up again, he will not be out there helping. The other thing, she gets at least once a week people that come down because they're trying to find a way to get to Highway 40 without going all the way back out. And when the oil well went in back there, it increased. So with this, it's going to increase the same way. They have two roads labeled County Road 31 that goes to that and the County Road 30 my mom lives on. They get mixed up. GPS gets mixed up all the time. She gets people all the time there when they're trying to find stuff for the oil rig back there. And then finally, what the gentleman mentioned on the power lines trying to go through a couple of years ago, they wanted to put that down her driveway. I mean, they just need to find out further away from a community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
My name's James Brumblow. I was just going to voice concerns from a perspective of I've worked on nuclear reactors for the Navy. I've been trained to look for secondary signs because remote sensors fail, things like that. They fail in a way that they still say that they're operating properly, even if they're not. Things like that can cause fires. There's also going to mention, not saying that it, in any way something to be looked at or really thought that hard on, but they do make things like modular reactors that fit on the back of a semi-truck that will generate 300 megawatts. And this is 1,500 acres for 199 megawatts of power, if it reaches that. Put that on top of most of these never reach their maximum capacity that they should be able to produce. With a lot of these companies go out of business because the return on investment is the life of the solar panels, which is 20 to 30 years. So for this company that was listed on application shown as being Yampa Valley Solar LLC, which is under AES Clean Energy, which is under AES, to me sounds like they're prepared to possibly just have the company go bankrupt and just count it as a loss. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Glenda Ayers. I've lived out on County Road 30 for 44 years. My concern is, this seems like this has been deceptive from the very beginning. We knew nothing. nothing until neighbors alerted us. It's almost like we got to pass it so you can find out what's in it stuff. I agree with the CPW officer who was here. Let's remember why we live in Moffett County and what makes us special.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask for 30 seconds to make a clarifying statement from
You may.
comments earlier? Thank you. Jonathan Lambert, Area Wildlife Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Earlier, when both Seth and I were up here, I just want to point out that it sounded like Seth may have had some lack of communication. I just want you all to know that that's probably largely on my part, as the company has been communicating with our energy liaison and myself, and through some of the timing of folks coming on in different positions, him and myself included 2 years ago and through the last 2 years, there has been communication. So I just wanted to make that clear for you all in case that was interpreted differently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, John.
Hi guys, I'm Colton Murray, and I was just looking for a couple points of clarification. So in the permitting process, the county is requiring the companies to have an end user for the power, correct? And have to have a purchaser for that power already. I understand this was an RFP process through Tri-State, correct? Do they have access to Tri-State's land? It's my understanding that they do not. So why are we?
At this moment, I don't believe, right?
Yeah, so if they've been denied access to Tri-State's power lines, there's no end user for the project. So I just don't know why we're going through the whole process if it's not going to come to fruition. That's all I was looking for clarification.
Okay. I have a list of questions that we'll be able to ask back of AES before we close our public hearing.
Sounds good. Thank you,
So
Melody.
I will add the.
Thank you guys for your time.
Appreciate you.
Anyone else like to speak for or against? Bill, come up.
I'm Bill Keel. I just have a few concerns I'd like you to consider. You know, you're going to divide this thing up with passageways for wildlife through it. That might be fine for the old lead cow to find her way through. But what about the calves and fawns? You know how they react. All three of you make money off of hunters in one way, shape, or form. So you're aware of that. It's not a wildlife corridor, not even a passageway. It's a wildlife maze. They have to find their way through it. You know, maybe we should be fighting to save what power we already have here. I know they want to retire the power plants, but there's 150 full-time employees out there that make a living here. They spend their money here. They pay their taxes here. We lose the power plant. Get my tongue twisted. But we lose that power plant. We're going to lose 150 employees, not counting the hundreds of coal miners and other support industries for the power plant. And here's the big kicker. The tax base that power plant pays Moffett County. You're going to lose that. You're not going to make it up with these solar plants. You know, Washington is changing. This green energy deal is kind of leveling off now. Our new president is expressing an interest in coal, oil, and gas. We've got it all right here. So what's going to happen? The power plant goes, the coal industry follows it. There goes your tax base. Another discrepancy, maybe candidates can help me out on this, but I'm hearing all kinds of acreages. The AES people say out of all the acreage, they're going to use 2,200 acres of it for the actual facility. The map candidates put up here a while ago, the application was for 1,400. That's an 800-acre discrepancy right there. I've heard all kinds of acreages listed here. And I guess since my time is limited, I don't even live out on County Road 30, but I'm concerned for the people that do. And I'd just like to state, and I'm sure 90% of the people here will agree, if we wanted solar power, we'd put panels on the roof of our house.
Thanks, Bill.
Is there anybody else who would like to?
I'm Deborah Mack. I live out on County Road 30. But my question is, Mike and I have been watching the news and our new government's coming in, and they're talking about pulling fundings from some of these things. So what happens if the government actually pulls funding when they're right smack in the middle of doing all this? Are we stuck with it? And that's my question is, I know that the money that they're getting, most of it comes from the government. And if it's pulled, what happens? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? One more time, anyone else who would like to testify for or against? Okay. So Candace will bring you back. We've had a little bit of a rest. I guess we would have a couple of questions from that public hearing portion or public comment portion of that. Do we want to bring AES back up to answer those questions, or do you want me to shoot with them and you ask for them if you can't answer?
Either way, whoever they might find appropriate to come up to answer those questions. I don't know that each one of them may have all the answers, so they might just filter up as needed.
Okay.
Can I say something? So I did just want to, as I was taking notes through all of the comments, which I very much appreciate, the application that was submitted to the planning office was for the preliminary site plan for this project. I know that they identified the location based on its relation to power lines and distance from substations. And so working with AES through the early phases of their application submittal, we identified that this was all still very much in the preliminary phase, but understanding through that initial preliminary phase that in order to get that interconnection agreement, I do believe that they submitted on the RFP for tri-state and may not have been selected, but are potentially working on some other options. And that a part of that awarding of that interconnection agreement was an approved conditional use at the county level, wherever that project, anyone who submitted on that RFP to Tri-State and was required to have local approval prior to submittal on their project. So understanding they were preliminary, I wanted to comment on the size with the zone change, that the preliminary drawings identified the 3850 acreage under lease and a potential of 1466 under panels. I had stated earlier that adjustments may be made to the project to allow enough flexibility through for the mineral access and stormwater management. So I think that following our planning meeting and the involvement and conversations they've had with some of the mineral owners, understanding that some of those projects, that site may need to be kind of widened to allow for access to those minerals. And so I believe that's, where that up to 2,200 acres, and as stated earlier, that the zone change would only take effect for the legal description of that finalized project via a survey that then would be submitted for approval. So I did want to cover on those few things. And then also, earlier I had mentioned, so the planning board in review of this application and through the conversations had with the various local agencies, came up with a list of conditions that I would like to read to you. These have been shared with you, but I did just want to share these. So obviously, number one was documentation of a signed interconnection agreement from a power company, whether that's Tri-State or another company. Second was a complete traffic study to be completed and submitted to CDOT and Road and Bridge for review and feedback. Copies of any permits required from CDOT and or Road and Bridge following the traffic study. Copies of all Moffett County Road and Bridge access and utility crossing permits. Copies of all state required permits. Applicant will work with Moffett County Road and Bridge on a road maintenance agreement, which will include but not limited to 2 mag chloride treatments per year on County Road 30 to alleviate dust issues and prevent washboarding of the road. Road and Bridge would do that application of the mag. Before the county's issuance of the solar permit, applicant would work to go through a feasibility study on an alternate access point to alleviate that impact to County Road 30. That does involve working with other private landowners to gain that access, but that is a study that they would be working through to understand if they can gain that access. Conversations with emergency services, the applicant would be required to work through the planning office, but directly with the emergency services office as well as Craig Fire to identify a dry hydrant system or similar, something that is agreed upon, and identify an alternate emergency access point for access for emergencies in or out of the property. It is also noted that some of these properties are not within the Craig Fire District and that it would be the responsibility of AES to cover any costs associated with response to a fire on those properties. And obviously, hearing a lot of the feedback today, I think that, there's a potential that there are additional conditions that need to be implemented, based on that feedback today. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, that takes care of quite a few of the questions that were on the list. I think just a couple of the ones that were left on that, and I know it was addressed at the planning and zoning meeting, but the panel washing was one of the questions that had come up. If you guys want to answer.
Yeah, thank you for your time again. We do not anticipate any sort of panel washing. As you may see on other projects, typically in very arid areas like in Arizona, they do in fact wash the panels. Excuse me, but due to the amount of moisture that we do see here, they will be naturally washed, so to speak, by precipitation.
I had a question for him while he's up here. In our planning meeting, we did address issues. I mean, obviously, one of the number one concerns was fire issues.
Yep.
And it was requested to have some documentation of previous incidents that and how they were handled.
Right.
Do you have that documentation?
Yes, we do have the documentation. Do you want me to provide a summary of the documentation itself?
Yeah,
Or-
I would like a copy also, but if you
Okay,
could
yeah.
share, just because I know that was brought up and it was something that was, one of the bigger points in addressing how you guys have handled those types of incidents
Right.
or mitigated them from happening.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I will have to lean on my team for this one for support. So Travis, Holly, if you don't mind addressing those questions.
Thank you. Travis Towers, AES. We requested our team to look back at all of our historical events that we had experienced at all of our 580 operating sites around the US and around the world. And they found a total of 8, average of 8 over the last 2 years. Of those 8 equipment failure events, none of the fire associated with it escaped beyond the parcel boundary, beyond the footprint of our actual project. We can provide a written report that was put together by our team.
Are they as far out because it's 20 minutes?
Heather,
The same question.
not in the public hearing.
Yeah, it was, like I said, 8 projects, they different geologies and installation locations. So we will work with the first responders on a detailed first responder plan, including response times and all the necessary details.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Adding to that would be just the concern on hazmat, and has Todd discussed that as part of the fire mitigation? Yep.
Yeah, if there's any other energy storage specific questions, I'm happy to sit for those.
So I think that was one of the concerns was how hazmat would be handled if there was, I think it was stated lithium battery fire.
Yeah, for the battery fires, the approach is the equipment is designed to contain to a single enclosure if there ever is a failure. The system itself has been proven that no fire escapes beyond a single module within the container. Should a meteor strike the container or some external force cause a fire, they're designed not to propagate to any of the adjacent containers. And the process is simple bulldoze and removal and transport to a hazmat facility after the event.
Environmental impact study was one of the other questions. Do we have, or will we have an environmental impact study?
Yeah, so any of the environmentals would be an extension of those conditions. So as working through the conservation district, I think we identified there's a bit more information needed with it being so preliminary. So I just wanted to add that would be a part of what they would work through with the conservation district.
So I can expand a bit on that as well. Again, my name is Libby Fortin. Thank you guys. We prepared a biological resources survey and report for this project where we had biological consultants go out to the site and review all the available habitat. They also look at all available data from CPW on what species might be present. That's what guides their habitat review. And we can provide that to the county. We have it as an appendix currently of our wildlife plan that was upon request. And so I don't think we ever handed that over to Candace. So we can definitely provide that to you all.
I think the only other question that I have here that I either hadn't heard at the planning and zoning or that maybe we want to address is noise concerns.
So noise is during construction, typical of construction. So there's not much that will be done there. There's not much you can do to get around construction noise, but it will be done during regular work hours. There won't be any night construction. And then during operations, noise is expected to be very low. I don't have the exact numbers to provide you on what those noise levels will be. I don't know. Graham, do you have those?
Not the decibels.
Yeah. that's something that we could provide to you all. It's not expected to be, I mean, the nearest residence to this project is about 1,500 feet. So the noise is expected to be isolated to the property, to the project boundary, and would be just barely above background noise. So, but I would have to go back to my team to get an exact decibel level.
Any additional questions? Commissioners? Any additional questions before we come out of here?
I also wanted to add earlier, somebody mentioned about the bus stop and different stops in traffic. I did want to add that I reached out to the school district to identify the different bus stops that are currently on County Road 30. There's some talks that might change if they have more students, that they might go to a one centralized stop, but that's to be determined next year depending on students. So that information was provided to AES to work into their road impact study and traffic study. To ensure that, that traffic, when we're looking at specific hours for AM and PM stops, that they have that information available.
No, I got some comments once we come out.
Any questions before we close public hearing? Okay, so I will now bring us out of the public hearing and back into regular session for further discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Thanks for everybody for coming to this. A lot of them spoke their mind and left. Don't know what decision we're making, but one of the things that I will tell you as a county commissioner over the last 4 years have been the hardest part of this job is simply landowner rights. That is the number. That's the hardest thing, is that when does your landowner rights trump my landowner rights? Like where does that line at, right? I think in every decision that we have made, big decisions, it's always been, that's always what it's boiled down to, right? Is that, man, nobody in here wants us to tell you what you can and can't do with your land. But at the same time, there's the opposite of that too, of when does your landowner rights trump mine, right? And that is there's a gray area there, because I don't know, for every person there's different. When I was on the city council, I remember they were trying to put a dog park on Finley Lane right below the high school, and those people in those houses and the church said, man, you can't put that here. Put it in the trailer park over there. We don't want it. We don't want to buy my house. And I thought, man, that's crazy. That's foolish. I mean, to think that my house is greater than your house, go put it over there. And this is the same thing. We've heard it multiple times. We don't want it in my backyard. We want it somewhere else. Now, in saying that, I will tell you that I struggle with this project personally. I've made it known to the commissioners for multiple reasons. One, we are an ag company, and I know the landowners are saying it's okay. They're willing to give this up, this ag country, right? But at the same time, this is who we are, and this is what we've been known. And it's hard to get ag country back to the place it was. But probably my biggest fight with this, and not saying one way or the other, but my biggest fight is that I was sitting in a meeting a few years ago, or last year, and the statement was made that the governor's goal is to have 100,000 acres of solar panels in Colorado by a short term, 2032, I think is what was stated. And at that time, we had 10,000. And I'm thinking, man, where is it going to go? Well, I know where it's going to go. It's going to go to the places that are rural America or rural Colorado. And so, for more than anything, that's probably why I lean to against this more than anything, is that one, there ain't much that our governor does that I agree with, and number two, this is one of those things. And my last point is this, and thank you for being respectful to our employees. Most we're very respectful to our employees. Candace did not go in, our planning department didn't go seek out any of these people and be like, hey, she's doing her job, right? When she gets it presented to her job is to present it to us. She doesn't fight one way or the other. She presents facts. And so when you are dealing with her, I greatly appreciate just the respect that is given. And she's not out searching, getting a kickback on these things. She's just doing her job on people presenting them to her. And then her job is to present it to us. So I do appreciate that. That's all I have.
Well, I might not be politically correct with what I'm gonna say right now. I couldn't say crap if I had a mouthful right now. There's so much information here. But I'm just gonna echo off a little bit of Tony there on, I am one for landowners' rights, because my family and I have been through a situation and nothing like this, but with some property in Estes Park, we was trying to make our business expand, and we put in a coaster slide, and it was quite the process to get that done. But anyway, I do understand the landowner right things, and like you said, we're in a position being up here right now it's a tough deal, because like I said, we represent all citizens of Moffett County. And I guess my thought is up here with all the no's and the not knowing, you know, when this project first started, you heard a lot of people said they never even heard this was going on until they heard it from a neighbor or wherever they heard it from. But whatever decision that is made today, I just wonder, and like I said, there's no decision being made yet. I mean, here we got to vote on it here in a little bit. If this deal was just stopped right now, what would happen after everybody walks out of here? Would this never come up again? There would never be nobody to seek information more on this about solar or anything like that? Or if we would say, do something different, have another choice of doing something with it and say, well, we'll just come back to this and let AES do what they need to do and get more information out to people and for people to understand this a little bit better. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I echo that. I think the private property thing is a hard question to answer because it's private property on both sides, both those in opposition and those seeking to maybe save ag land by reaching out and diversifying in a different way than what they maybe have traditionally done on their agricultural land. It's no secret that we've lost a lot of ag land. We've lost a lot of ag producers in our county. The makeup that we have had in the past is not what we have now. And the reality of that is the rich on the balance sheet and broke at the bank means that land was usually bought and paid for by somebody far before those of us that were working it now. And I say that because I'm in that same situation of that land is an asset on paper, but it's not an asset that's a liquid asset that you can utilize. And so when you are looking at what your opportunity is on your own property, you have to look at all of those. And so while we need to hear from everyone and we need to consider everyone's personal property rights, we need to consider that there is somebody in this room that has those same private personal property rights. That being said, I also, I kind of echo what Commissioner Broom said of on this preliminary approval, they're asking for a lot of conditions to still be vetted out and go through that process. Candace went through the checklist of things that would have to be completed before anything further was done. And so there's a lot of work behind the scenes still to be done before a shovel ever hits the ground. And I agree with the point of if we don't do anything today, none of those questions are really answered. We have a lot of what ifs and how comes, but we don't have any real answers to that. The other thing I would say is that was brought up in the beginning here of the potential of not having to change a land use. to be heavy industrial, but that we could look at this being conditionally permitted on agricultural land as a public utility. And I have reached out to our attorney, but haven't heard back. So that presents me with another issue here is, do we have the opportunity to hold off on that particular item to get legal advice? So with that, I think those are my points on the two items in front of us today, and I guess I would refer to you for further action or clarification on the legal advice. I guess clarification on, you'll have to come for the recording, whether or not we have the ability to get legal advice on whether or not there is an actual necessity to change a zone to heavy industrial.
Right. Well, as I had stated that historically in the previously permitted solar facilities, that was the option. I don't know, it's really going to be up to the opinion of the attorney whether or not he would consider this qualifying as a public utility. I will add that our public utility does have added to that definition of renewable energy as public utility. And so while this isn't, your picture of a power generating plant with, big trucks going all day, every day, 24/7 for 25 years, and loud noise or sound or any of those things, that's what it's been considered previously. So I'm definitely interested in finding out, what his feedback would be to see if we could bypass the zone change. Obviously that's going to alleviate one very minor part of the concerns around this project. But it may be something that will allow that lane to continue to be ag. And as stated, the area not under solar panels would still be allowed, according to the agreements of the landowners, to be farmed or grazed. So any other questions on that?
I guess it would be a procedural question, which I've also asked the attorney, and we don't have that benefit right at this moment of how we would proceed with an action on that item. Would that be tabled for us to obtain a legal advice with appropriate action?
Without his feedback right now, I'm hard pressed to give you an answer on that, because I'm not entirely certain if a denial of that and would lead to some problems. So maybe tabling is the right way to go until, at least on that particular application, we have his feedback. And then if it is deemed that it can be considered a conditional use, we have a conditional use in place, and I can make an amendment to that application to include that information.
Okay, so then I guess that would be another procedural question. If we have tabled that particular portion, are we able to move forward with the temporary CUP on the other portion of the application?
So until we can identify whether or not the zone change is required, so basically the way it's established right now, the zone change is what it has to be in place in order to approve that conditional use, specific to a power generating plant in that zone of heavy industrial. So if we deem through conversation that we do not need to do that zone change and that we can allow it to remain ag, then I would imagine we can, once that's identified, we can move forward with the conditional use application itself.
With that, I think I would like to ask AES one more question.
Okay.
If we were, and I don't know, I'll ask the question, and then whoever's the most appropriate to answer coming up. If we were to table that for legal advice on the change of or not a necessity of a change of the land use there, the zoning, would it keep you from doing some of your further investigation? I think one of the really big questions was the heavy use on County Road 30 and how many landowners that impacts. So to Tony's point, when does your use impact mine? And I think that there were some alternate routes that were potentially identified that would maybe have less of an impact to the landowners as a whole. And would that stop you from moving forward with that piece of it for us to get the legal advice that we need to make sure that we're doing this correctly?
So just to address, is this on? Yes. So the feasibility study that we're looking at for alternative access to the site, it's all dependent on these private landowners that have access between State Highway 40 and where our project is. So we can continue with that. It's really just contacting them, working with them on if they want to work with us. But just to be clear, there's no guarantee. That's kind of why we have set this up as a feasibility study, because their private land rights are, they can say no to us. They can say, no, we don't want to work with you all. So that's the only access point that we have right now is through other private land. So it's a bit of a rock and a hard place if we end up with 3 people who aren't interested. But we can continue with outreach in the meantime. Regarding the impacts on County Road 30, definitely understand where everyone's coming from. We have driven down that road several times. We understand the conditions. AES is going to, as part of these conditions of approval, work with CDOT and County Road and Bridge to do a whole traffic impact study, which requires hiring a traffic engineer to go out and measure the width of the road, how feasible it is for these trucks to go down the road, what the conditions are. We do a road conditions analysis, which kind of documents all the construction conditions of the road. And then we make a plan for how that's going to be improved. All improvements would be on AES's dime, which is likely to be expansion of width of the road, fixing of culverts, washout areas, things like that, so that our trucks can pass down for construction. And then as part of finalizing that road use plan, it's returning or keeping the road maintained at a acceptable level that wouldn't impact any nearby residents. So the intention is kind of to do a multi-phased approach, because we need our detailed engineering studies to tell us where equipment will be coming from in the state or outside the state, where we're going to be hiring employees from. We need to host those local job fairs to understand what employee base is offered here in Moffett and how people are going to be traveling to the site during construction. These are all details that are finalized much further along in the process once we kind of hire our engineering and construction contractors, which is why we've set it up in this way. But we do intend to do that full analysis to make sure that the county road is going to be probably in better condition than, almost 100% likely in better condition than it is now. And it will be used throughout our project operation. So it'll be maintained. As Candace said, County Road and Bridge has asked us to work with them on ongoing maintenance during operations as well.
And just to clarify, your question came primarily from thinking of this through the lens of being heavy industrial zoning versus going to ag, correct? And if we would still continue with the ongoing development for these studies in the event that you guys are considering going or allowing, I should say, ag within the solar energy facility conditional use permit. Is that correct, just from my understanding?
Yeah, so it wouldn't, what it changes with the conditional use permit that's being requested right now is that it has to be in a heavy industrial zone for you to move forward with the conditional use permit. What we heard was we have the option of potentially looking at this as a utility, and that is a zone, a public utility is available in the ag zone as stated. So that would mean that there would be no reason to change this to a heavy industrial zone to move forward with the project. So for us to get clarification, if we could actually do that without the necessity of a zone change, that then of course impacts the current conditional use permit, but that would change. It wouldn't change the ability to have the conditional use permit for this project on this property. What it would change is the zoning necessary
Right.
for that.
Okay. And to answer that, we would absolutely continue our due diligence, getting the county any and all information that they would want to look for, not only the county, but the community members as well.
I think that access, because even if you're bringing that road up to a high standard, you still have a lot of use, a lot of
Yeah.
a competitive use on that at that point. So I would say at a minimum, I would appreciate having you look into those other options.
Okay. I did also forget to mention that as an outcome of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we had a suggestion, I don't remember if it was from the commission or from Candace, but to look into carpooling options for construction. We did follow up with our pre-construction team who handles all that. So although there will be 300, upwards of 300 employees during construction, our team has worked on several projects where they set up a centralized meetup area, which would be approved by the county. And we get vehicles to carpool the construction workers to the site in order to reduce impact. And then they would be brought in shifts, so we could schedule that around things like school bus stops, high use times like commute times, just so that we can avoid impacts in that way.
In which could be incorporated into our traffic management plan.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask really quick clarification on the 300 employees? That's not 300 people at one given time on site?
There could be,
Okay.
yeah,
At
that's the
peak.
maximum peak amount.
However, the shoulders would be about half of that, right? Beginning half and half.
Two things, I think. One, it has been said, well, this isn't much tax base. The reality is we're losing 46% of our budget or our budget because the coal mines and power plants are leaving. I don't know that one industry is going to come in and fix the 46% budget, right? I don't know that that's ever going to happen again, right? So when you look at a financial side, I think it's a bunch of pieces that go together that put these back in, right? So and so when we act like it's nothing, $750,000 is a good chunk of change a year that will be put in there or whatever that it will amount to. That's one thing. On another thing, I struggle with this idea that we have to approve this. I'm not for tabling anything today, which I'm just one of three. I feel like we put this to a vote, then the AES can go and do whichever way they do. If we approve it, then they can move on. If we don't approve it, then they can bring back a plan or something. But to me, like this documentation of the signed interconnection from power company, you need this for them to do that. But I feel like that puts us in a bad spot. I think you tell them the county needs that before they'll give us the approval. I think that's a fair choice that says, hey, we already have the power agreement, not approve this, have this huge uproar, and then never get the power agreement. And we had this uproar, this emotional wave for nothing. But when you come back with that power agreement, then it gives us there's a little bit more teeth there. And I know what they're doing, but I don't know why that we would have to make that decision and not put it onto the tri-state or whoever else you will buy power from or access to the lines from that point. I mean, this is my 2 cents anyway.
Do you mind if I respond?
Yeah.
So we totally understand that, and that's a big frustration in the industry, to be honest. Unfortunately, the way that Tri-State works, we just won't get a project if we do that route. So it's just been working that way for a while. I don't know why no one's kind of questioned the chicken before the egg. But that's kind of why we've worked so closely with Candace on this preliminary approval. And we've promised her to give regular updates on what we're doing on our end. So we've heard in the past that things like this have been approved and then nothing's come of it. And we totally understand, take that feedback into account. And we're willing to provide monthly, bi-monthly, whatever you guys need updates on where the project is at, to know that it is moving forward and it wasn't just a huge uproar and then we walk away. But unfortunately, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place with Tri-State. And there's not much we can do about that process at this time. We have tried to work with them, but in the last RFP, they didn't accept our project because we didn't have a permit.
Well, and to add to that, and I absolutely agree where Libby is coming from, considering the commercialization of a project. In addition, and Candace actually did speak on this, in order for us to enter into our interconnection agreements with so-called utilities such as Tri-State, we need to demonstrate permitting within the jurisdiction that we're within. So in order to enter that final phase of the interconnection study process, which we're about a year out from now, we have to demonstrate that we have met with the county, that we have a permit in hand. That is a requirement, a FERC requirement from Tri-State along in the interconnection process. So there are three major milestones within development, right? It's going to be permitting in a county, it's going to be in your interconnection agreement, and it's going to be commercialization. This is the first of the three steps. To Libby's point, it is a chicken and egg kind of scenario, but that is the nature of development. And that's why we are going, we're wanting to go above and beyond to accommodate for the county in any way, shape, or form we can.
And I totally understand that. I do think, though, that you do have some pushback on them. I mean, on Tri-State.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the issue is, I mean, there's that three-step process, but there's actually one more step in there that you could do all that and we could still say we're not granting the permitting at the very end. So it is a chicken and egg, and I think that's where your argument with Tri-State can easily be done. We've sat in their rooms with them many, many, many times, arguing with them over those things. So I just think that this is yeah, and I'll be honest with you, you guys are the second one. If Axel Basin probably didn't look the way Axel Basin looks, it's probably not a big as fight as it is, right? But everybody that goes to Meeker, punches their windshield, and
Yes,
so
sir. Yeah.
I think that unfortunately,
Yeah.
being the second one in,
Yeah, well, and we're really thankful for Candace putting together this solar energy facility CUP process because of that. We waited until this process was available in order to apply because we heard hardships from that project. We heard that it was slipped through the cracks. So we totally understand. We're really just hoping that this new process, which I know everyone's learning as we go, but we're hoping that we can show good faith to you guys that through this process, we're doing all that we can to mitigate and minimize impacts to the greatest extent.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. In addition, I really appreciate the phasing approach as well, right? With where we are today, this preliminary approval, which we are seeking based on the information we have today, in which we'll therefore move forward with a final approval down the road after we've completed our such studies. We'll call it additional finalized studies, as well as demonstrating commercialization, demonstrating an interconnection agreement, things like that. I really do appreciate kind of the phased approach as well.
no other questions.
No other questions?
That is the benefit of you putting me in as the chair and allowing you to exercise your motion abilities.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. I think my major concern would be addressing that zoning. And if that's not addressed, then the CUP is harder to address. So what is the board's pleasure?
But at this time, I'm not willing to make a motion. My co-partner can. I think, again, I stated the reasons that we need to fight Tri-State backwards from this. So totally up to my co-partner.
Yes, you can
Yes.
still talk.
Okay,
Not as much as me, but you can still.
okay. Well,
We've only been here for 4 hours. You want, well, let's just keep rolling.
whatever, whatever the decision is made, you know, if it's, approved or not approved, or if it's tabled, you know, but I mean, if you table, it's gonna be set on a timeline. To me, you have to set a date, right?
Yes.
Because if you table it indefinitely,
Yeah.
it never comes back.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
if we table it, I would set it as probably the next meeting. That gives us time to get our attorney's feedback.
I think if, sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but if we were to table, we would probably prefer a 30-day table just so that we can take all this feedback into account. There was a lot of public feedback today, and we just want to make sure that we can address everything that we can.
And I believe that gives you more time too to look at that alternate.
Yeah.
So that would be your meeting on March 25th. If you were to do that.
On the 25th.
Mm-hmm. That'd be fully 30 days.
Yeah.
That gives them time to address other concerns too as well, right?
Correct.
So either.
And would that need to be a public hearing again, or would that just be the continuance of this potentially? Or I guess that would be also maybe legal advice.
I don't think it has to be a public hearing.
Yeah, I think we
No,
just
you just
can
have a public
address it
hearing on that.
after legal advice. Okay.
It's what?
He doesn't feel like it needs to be a public hearing. We can just address it after getting legal advice. I will inquire though.
Okay, well, with what I got in my little brain here, I make a motion to deny.
I'll second.
Okay.
Discussion.
To deny both?
Yes.
Is that your motion? Okay. So I got a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Yep, with the understanding that, you know, once they get a purchase agreement, then that conversation's open back.
Right.
And still, all the concerns that are there, there's no reason not to, if we're serious about this thing, there's a bunch of concerns on the table that they can bring back, from there, so. Okay.
Motion on your. Okay. We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And I believe that's the last thing on the agenda. Is that
I believe so.
okay? So then we are adjourned.
So.
12:23. Hey.
She owes us lunch.